lekker.
Maar jouw podium is nou 'n bietjie geshift.
Mag hulle dit afprobeer?
Ek weet nou nie reg is. Jy kan wel sien ek gaan laat sien. Ek het al weer geleer van die ander laptop.
So ons ran maar nou op hierdie mic. Test.
Hy's baie laag, ja.
Met die sound, die score is die sound. Hoeveel betekent het? Camera vastpakken. Zeg je?
Ja, Scanello alle come effettiz. Ma tiene etwas frei?
Eerste, mijn eerste, dan 5 stuk veel. Dat is letterlijk op. Hij staat in zijn beste. Nee, even I don't get funny.
Is het beter?
kos. Wag, dankie. Ek het my gewoon op silent gesit.
Hier is 'n lekker song in die kos gekend.
As ek 'n DJ gehad het, of wat se ander een? Flex fee. Dan kon ek potentieel of even die twee. Ek het net iets nodig om my te boks.
Ek gaan net vir jou hê, Harry, jy hoor daardie baie geflip sweet so. Maar as dit ligte en dan flip en klik, hy soek die musiek en hy flip en klik. Sy het so net even as hy hy gekraak.
Ja, Harry Nice het so die musiek om te
Hy hou van maak nie, daar's baie, hy sit met my sê, as jy hy raak hoor, as jy hoor nie, het is geheel, baie, raak ek hoor. So hy het move, ek was flip en musiek en ek denk is so laat. En dan sê hy, alles like maar ek kyk maar net op 'n stadium van ek 6 sit na harder en ek net te veel kommenteer nie, maar dan raak ons op.
Nou, toch wys maar net vir my
Wat ek moet raai. Dankie. Kan ons
grootste ouens is.
Ja.
Dit. Ek sal nou
Ek weet wel wat is sommer veel wat ook in die klas speel. Dis nie
Wat is so veel op die hand?
ek weet nie. Dink is wel baie. Kan nie anders.
Ja, ja. Stel ons saam hier by die eerste tafel. Pas in die muur. Ja, weet jy.
Ek gaan gou gaan kyk.
Sais nog bij.
Alright, so we'll front on the circular area, everybody take their seats. We'll be starting in approximately 3 minutes from now. 3 minutes into the start.
Genoeg voor Ruben.
Hij is lekker, ja.
Als je in die eenmaal op de volgende uit die op een dash uit. Uit turbo op. Denk je niet zo?
Kijk een beetje video's van crossing decks.
Zo moet je kijken.
Lekker.
Unstable.
Alright, and so we've got a sound sheet that we're going to be doing going live in approximately 2 minutes from now. So very different hours from good live. We'll be live stream. So also on all I'll be live stream. Look for
klaar is op zero, kan jy nog wat fire. Zero.
Zero speel ek jou duim. Wanneer moet ek veel speel?
Die countdown timer op zero.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tshwane Super League 2026. My name is Ruben Delmage, and we're going to stay. Dit is allemaal op die livestream vanaf Baaibaar. Hulle 1.6 miljoen views op die stadium. Dis bietjie minder, maar is daar my omgeving. So allemaal op die livestream, welcome to us, thank you for joining us. Was die hele paar mense wat saam kan gaan. Kan jy glo, hier is ons op die 2026, die tyd het gevlieg, ons sien so met my jaar se gedoen. Maar kom ons maak hier een lekker keer, ons sien uit die woorde dat ons op die velde gaan sien. Ek gaan so met al begin met die vraag aan die naamborde. As jy het so wat sit ek kan sien, dan kyk jy gewoon ek kan JC 360 kan sien, ek het daai van die foto's kyk, Ruben Delmage, dankie. Daai is dan is reg daar. En ek gaan kyk daar so, rustig, as jy nog nie voor die bord kan sit, dan kan jy daar mooi sien. En ja, dan sal ons daar van daar Pirates. Voilà, ek kan dat allemaal mooi sien van daar, baie dankie. Okay, so ek dink ons sal sommer daar begin. Ek gaan oorgee aan Wippie van die tournament management, dat hulle so 'n bietjie die reëls en so aan verduidelik vir hierdie jaar. Ek wil ons 'n bietjie veranderinge in die formaat en so, ons baie opwindend. En ons sien daar, ladies and gentlemen, Wippie, round of applause.
exciting times. It's on TSL Auction. I see everybody's got their laptops open and pen and paper ready. Anyways, guys, again, welcome to everyone, to all the players, people online. It's going to be a great evening. I think the important thing for us from a TSL perspective is this is a new TSL. We are renewing this program. We're making it more exciting. I'm going to take you guys through exactly what we're going to do. I think the games also should be really good quality. First thing is a couple of new franchises. Let's just welcome them quickly. Sorry guys. Technical. Yes. Yeah, thank you for that. Sorry for that, guys. All right. First thing on the new TSL I wanted to mention is a couple of new franchises. We've got the Warriors over here. There's Jan van Stallen and the team from Rustenburg. And then we've got the Pirates, brand new franchise. So welcome Pirates. And then it's just a change on ownership on the Northern Knights. So it's now Paul Amorim that's running the show on the Northern Knights side. And then you can go. Okay, so the exciting things for this year is a complete format change. Right? This is important for everyone. No more T20 cricket. Okay? We play T150. Meaning it's 50 overs, 5 legal deliveries. Okay? So that's the first thing. On the bowling side, it's seven bowlers that can bowl a maximum of 4 overs. Right? So in every game, a minimum of 8 bowlers will be used. But you can think about this in reality. Around about 10 or 11 bowlers will get an opportunity to bowl each and every match. Okay? So it's about opportunity, it's about development, and I think that's really exciting. What we're also bringing in is going to be 3 power plays. Okay? Overs 1 to 5, that's the first power play. And then there's a power surge over 11 to 15, that's the bowling team that's going to choose that specific power play. And then there's a power play in overs number 21 to 25 for the batting team. And that's 2 consecutive overs, so 10 legal deliveries. So think about it, it's a complete change of overall playing conditions. Franchises can also choose 13 guys to play on a specific day. So there's 2 bowling subs included. So that's cool. I don't know what a good score is going to be. Captains and house, you have to be very clever choosing your bowlers. And from a batting side, you will have have to think about setting up a good score. What it means for us from a tournament perspective, this is development. It's opportunity. So more people, more players will be in each and every game. So I think that's really exciting from an overall TSL perspective. Just a couple of other things coming up. We've recently also created the Women's TSL. So that's kicking off on the 24th of September this year. All the games will be at Cinderville Cricket Club, which is also one of our partners. So also looking forward to that. So if you have any women colleagues that wants to join us in that tournament, please join us. Okay, just two more things. So, okay, just before we go to our partnerships that we've onboarded, what to look out for. All right, so there's going to be a captain ceremony coming up relatively soon. So we'll send you guys the date on that. So all the players will receive their caps there. Further to that, look out for exciting activations, competitions. On game day itself, there will be great food and drink specials. Guys, it will be. We really going to try to make this a really exciting tournament for you. For us, we've partnered with a couple of new guys this year. So first of all, it's Tshwane lubricants. They're sitting there in the back, and then it's a major mining company. Now, for us, from a TSL perspective, it's a great fit. We share the same values and standards. It's about community, it's about involvement, it's about developing people, and it's about having fun. So thank you for the guys from CIA and the Mega Mining Company. Okay, guys, I think quite a number of things said. We're going to go over to TSL Auction rules very quickly. So all the franchises had the opportunity to retain or re-sign 8 players per age group. So we need to auction off 7 more players. There's 15 players in the squad. Okay? You've got your budgets. I don't think we're going to go through each and every franchise budget at the moment of time. You've got your budgets. And you need to work out that you buy the remaining of your squad. We're going to start the bid on 400,000 and then increments of 100,000 up to 1 million. From 1 million upwards is 200,000 per day increment increase. Okay. I think that's more or less it.
All right, let's give a round of applause. I'll give a big and we are looking forward to it. Okay, so alles and always when we display and the Bible we see. Can I please ask everybody, while we do the auction, it's sometimes a little bit difficult if you put up your hand and your bats low. If you want to bid, please lift up your bats really high because I can't see it if it's only there, right? So please lift up very high. Thank you so much. So I can clearly see that you are going to bid and place a bid for a player. It's really crucial for you to do that. Right, so let's go with the teams. There we go, cricket. So 101, let's just have a look at those teams quickly. It's cricket 101. If you can go one slide back. Cricket 101, let's give a round of applause. Welcome to cricket 101. Welcome to the Vikings. Vikings to the lights. Congratulations again on taking part this year. Julle word in geval hier so no name brand papa. Check a 60, chasing 360. Congratulations. Right, lekker geef aan het al dames hier. See, those actually must check them, right? The Pirates. Anastasia, someone might check. The Pirates, give them a round of applause. Northern Knights, welcome guys. And then of course, Rustenburg, all the way from Rustenburg. For the alcohol, we'll keep it that one job. Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on quickly, and we're going to go to the next slide. And there we've got it. So let's go through the different teams quickly. JC 360, the owners Johan Clint and Leon Kaya, locations Centurion and Pretoria East, and they'll be playing in the navy and sky blue colours. Up next, we've got Cricket 101, the owners Albi Volgraafweg. Hulle is al by Elderlane, by Vega Park, Wies, Swartkop and ook by Cambridge Academy, and they'll be playing the colours of black, white and electric green. Interesting colour, electric green. Is it going to be the same on the field? We'll have to see this year. Right, who's up next? We've got the Vikings, and the owners are Hopi Lebeer, Marnie van Westhuizen, Johan Smits, location right there at Cinderville Cricket Club, and they'll be playing in the colours of black and pink. Thank you for joining us. Right, up next, The Pirates, alright, Willie Richter and Johan de Rode, they'll be playing in Menen and Silver Cricket Club, and they'll be playing this year, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time they'll be playing also in the black and white colours. And up next, we've got the next team, which is the Northern Knights, the new owners, Paul Omerin, and they'll be playing in Montana, or operating from Montana, practicing there, and they'll be playing in the navy blue and the gold colours. So that will pretty much be your teams for this year. There's also the Warriors, Jan van Staden, location in Rustenburg, teal and red. Right, so that pretty much wraps it up for the teams. Alright, so we're going to start with the pre-signed and retained players for the under 13. So we're going to start off with under 13 retained players for JC 360. They've got retained Aubrey van Staden, Aiden van den Merwe, Xavier Ponting, Etienne van Staden, Luca Mana, Nick van Rensburg and Noah Malan. Those are the teams that's been retained for JC 360. Up next, we've got the retained players for Cricket 101. And we've got Bastian Woods, Benjamin Seinik, Duan Reiniger, FJ Pitching, Guillaume Grunier, Henry Nell and Marcus van Mars. Those are the retained players for Cricket 101. Up to the next slide, we've got the next team, which is the Vikings. And the 13 retained players are Amy Troy, Alexander de Wet, Carter Buskroot, Divan Snyman, Heinrich Jacobs, Jason Seymour, John Prinsloo and Elliot Prinsloo. Those are the retained players for the Vikings. Up next, we've got the Northern Knights, under 13 retained, De Wet Sieberhalter, Frank Lugraf, François Retief, Keanu Ameren, Richard Griesel and Ruben Schneiders. Wat moet ik zeggen hier? Wat is het? Dat is het gezegd, Schumer. Dat is het gezegd. Alright, that's the Northern Knights. Up next, the Warriors. And the 13 retained players is Peter de Bruin, Calvin Changa, Kevin van Staden, Keegan Creer, Raymond Fees, Ulrich Verlieu and Ulrich de Beer. Those are the players retained for the Warriors. And then of course the pre-signed players for the under 13s joining us for this year for the first time. Peter Callis, Aldo Ferreira, Jeremy van Lockenberg, Evan Erasmus, Dian Graaf and Tian Ulfi. That's for the Pirates. And then up next we've got that's pretty much it. Right, that's all the teams. So thank you for those. So let's officially start. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off with the wicket keepers in the under 13 category. And again, I just want to reiterate that please make sure that you do lift up your bats very high. And as we explained earlier, we're going to start off with 400,000, increase on 100,000 increments up to a million, and then from there on we're going up to increments of 200,000. First player, wicketkeeper Jan Harm Duplessis. Ladies and gentlemen, Jan Harm Duplessis, go ahead, 400,000, please raise your bats for 400,000 Jan Harm. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bats going once. 400,000 to my left, up at 400, looking for 500. And if you don't guys are looking for 500, anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your bats for 500,000, looking for 400. And if you don't guys are going to raise it for 400,000 going once, going twice. And so, 400,000 to the Pirates. Up next, under 13 wicketkeeper, Luandre de Jager. Luandre de Jager, ladies and gentlemen, starting with 400,000. Please raise your bats for 400,000. Anybody in for 400,000, please raise your bats. If you don't raise it, please raise your bats. Going once, going twice, and nobody's going to take that, so we're going to keep that over. Up next, Dylan de Beer. Dylan de Beer, also wicketkeeper, under 13. Anybody for 400,000, please raise your bats. For 400,000 for Dylan de Beer. Anybody in the room for 400,000, going once, going twice. I've got 400,000 looking for 500, 500 looking for 600. Anybody in the room for 600, please raise your bats. Coming inside about 500. En ik ga voor mij zijn super 600, 600, and we track here with the 600, going once, going twice. And so, JC 360 for 500,000. Alright, Moving along, under 13 wicketkeeper, Lord Rousseau, striker. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your hands for 400,000. Please make it clear, please raise your hands for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400,000 going once? I've got 400,000 tomorrow. Right now, looking for 500. If you don't looking for 500, looking for 6,000, so looking for now looking for 700,000 guys. I can see one without the guy. Now 700,000, looking for 700,000 going out. 800,000 over here to the right. I get my whole life before now looking for 900. Can you say 800,000 before 900? Cut 900 big. Now looking for 1 million. Anybody looking for 1 million? Please raise your hands for 1 million. Can you sitting on 900,000? I can buy this for 1 million. Do I have 1 million from you? The Vikings, please raise your hands for 1 million. I'm going to sell it once, sell it twice, and sold 900,000 to the Pirates. Alright. Moving on, we've got under 13 wicketkeeper Josh Fanika. Josh Fanika, anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your hands. For field races, anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your hands. Going once, going twice, up for 400,000, as many times. Not 400 now, for 500,000. I get field races now for the organizer, looking for 500, anybody in the room for 500, please raise your hands. Or we can sell for 400,000 going once, going twice, and sold for 400,000 to the Golden Knights. Okay, let's move over to the batsman now, and the 13 batsmen. And we're going to start off for 400,000. Daniel or anybody in the room for 400,000, please make your bats rise. So 400,000. Anything with the field knows please raise your bats. Are we going to do it for once? Going twice. But 400, looking for 500, looking for 600. Now looking for 7,500, looking for Jason, looking for 600. Do I have 600 after 600,000 now for all the nights? Can you say was 600,000, looking for 700? I get 600, looking for 700,000. Jason, do I have 700,000 from you guys? I get 600, in all the nights. I'm going to sell it once. We're going to sell it twice. I've got 700 now. I can see all the guys in the Jason 360 before 800. Can you say 700,000, please raise your bets for 800,000 once. Going twice. After 800,000. I get 100 days in the Northern Nights. Starting from 900. Anyone in for 900,000, please raise your bets. Can you say 800,000 after the Northern Nights before 900. Anyone in for 900 after 900,000 now. Any combination of Jason 360 for 1 million. Now looking for 1 million for the next player on we're going to sitting on 900,000. Do I sell it for 900,000 to Jason 360 go once, go twice, and sold for 900,000 to JC 360. We've got CJ Goodseer for 400,000, please raise your hands. Final race for CJ Goodseer. Anyone in the room for 400,000 going once, going twice, unsold. Right, that's unsold for CJ Goodseer. Up next, Gardner Funnycake. Anyone in the room for Gardner Funnycake, 113 batsmen, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000, please raise your hands for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400,000, now looking for 400,000. Anyone in the room, please raise your hands. Market wide, I think a few raising. I'll be going for 400,000 once, going twice, unsold. Alright, up next, Zander Venison. Zander Venison, please raise your hands for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400,000, please raise your hands for 400,000 for Zander. Do I have a 400,000? Do I live here? When I live now, the right, nothing. You say, I think I need go once, go twice, and unsold. Right, under 13 batsmen, Rodian Finter. Anybody in the room for Rodian Finter for 400,000? Please raise your bets for for 400,000. Anybody going for 400,000? Going once, going twice. Aggie $300. Now it's sitting on 400,000 for 500. We are currently sitting on 400,000. People are looking for 500,000. Should pay for the no. Currently sitting on 400,000. People want these reservations. 500 going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to Cricket 101. Up next, an investment, EMP Truffles. EMP Truffle, anyone doing 400,000, please use your bets. Anyone doing for 400,000 for EMP, please make your bets. Raise your bets at 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, an investment, Unsold. Anyone doing for 400,000, please raise your bets for 400,000 for Unsold. You will have for 400,000 into the Pirates. And if you guys are out of 500, the Vikings are for 600 now. And if you for the Union Vikings for 800. Can you say for 900,000? Can you say 800,000 for 900,000? These raise your bets for 900. Jason Lucy's going again if you want to know. Can you get the Vikings at 900,000? Setting the Vikings for 900,000 for 1 million. Again, getting the lead by JC. Can you say 1 million and JC and for 1.1? These raise your bets for 1.1 million if you want to play that. That's for 1.1 million Vikings. Can you say 1.1 and the Vikings for 1.2? Please make your bets raised for 1.2 million if you want to get it there for 1.2. Please make your bets. Can you say 1.1 and the Vikings going once, going twice, and again going after. Now some Golden Knights and we're looking for 1.3. Can you say 1.2 now the Golden Knights for 1.3. Look for 1.2 million for 1.3 million. Please raise your bets for 1.3 million going once, going twice, and sold to the Northern Knights for 1.2 million. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, Leon Kroger. Please raise your bets for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400,000 for Leon? Please raise your bets. 400 aces, one more suit. In fact, 400 going once, going twice. I get 400 to Floyd. Now sitting on 400,000 at JC. We get for 500. I get 400,000 for 500,000. Please raise your bets for 500,000. Or we're going to start with JC 360 for 400 going once, going twice. And sold the JC 360 for 400,000. Right, up next, 115 batsman Dizzy Martin Responded. He's a Eastern. He's an Eastern. Eastern coming in 400,000. These Rosa bats for 300 bases. Anybody going for 400,000. Please raise your bats going once. Je gaat naar Eastern Westbury, dan toch eigenlijk 400 is daar. Dan heeft got Eastern in de kant daar. En die Pirates starten ons met de Eastern Bureau. Right looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500? Please raise your hands for 500. Next up, 400 is at the Pirates. Anybody for 500? We're going to start once, going twice. Your Eastern is going for 400,000. That's at Tshwane Super League dollars. Alright, awesome. Congratulations. Okay, right up next, the 30 batsman, Colton Tshwane. Anybody going for 400,000, please raise your bets. If they have a few organizers for Colton, going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, another 30 batsman, Tyler Dix. Anybody going for 400,000, please make your bets here for 400,000. Anybody going up, if you don't after the rest of it, nothing like 400,000. We are now looking for 500,000. Anyone going for 500, I can fight for the dollar backs. I get station with you through it. Then before 700. I get station price of the Vikings coming to 600,000 before 700. Let's see what after. We've got 7,804. That's like a big 1 million, 1 million, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5 million, 1.6, 1.6, 1.7, 1.7, 1.8. 1.9, 1.2, 2 million, 2.1, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8, 2.3 million, I'm looking for 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.6, 3.8, 4, 4.2, 4.2 million is what I'm saying currently. That's the rate, 4.2 million at the Vikings. Anybody else for 4.4 million enjoys the rest, so 4.8 feet nights. Now saying 4.4 million at the nights, I'm looking for 4.6. Looking for 4.6 now. Can you say 4.4 million, looking for 4.6? Yes, I've got 4.6 million. We've got 4.6 million and the Vikings are looking for 4.8. Anybody for 4.8 million rights? Everyone's 8 feet and after. Now saying 4.8 million, looking for 5. Do I have a 5 million? I've got 4.8 million, I've got 5 million. I get 5 million before, I get for 5.2. Yes, after 5.2 in the back, it was 5.4. Can you say 5.4 in the Vikings? They get for 5.6. Do I have a 5.6 million receiving 5.4 million in the Vikings for 5.6? Yes, I've got 5.6 now. They get for 5.8 million, so that's for 5.8 million, instead of 5.6. Anybody for 5.8 million, can you say 5.6 million? Are we going to sell for 5.6, going once, going twice, and sold to Rustenburg for 5.6 million. Rustenburg is Rustenburg joint. Rustenburg, iemand van Rustenburg voor u voorzitter.
Yes, gravaram.
Ek is baie geraak met jou, sorry. Ja, Mike. Dank jy. Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick one here. So the body is going 5.6 million. Okay, you've got 7 players left to buy at the auction. only got 2.4 million left. So the best offer on the table for Thailand Leagues right now is 5.2 million. Okay, for any franchise. Okay, alright, so we're opening up on 5.2, it's staying here at 5.2, yeah? Vikings? Okay, so then we close it on 5.2 million for the Warriors. Correct?
Right, very good. Okay, right, moving on swiftly to the next player. Ladies and gentlemen, 13 batsmen, and we've got Big Mick, anyone in the room for 400,000 beach ratio bats, for 400 for Big Mick, 400,000, anyone in the room for 400,000 beach ratio bats. I've got 400 to my left, for 500s. Again, if you want to know, everybody for 500,000 beach ratio bats for 500,000, anyone in the room for 500 going once, going twice. And I get 500 now by Africa. I get for 600,000. Can I say 500,000 for 6? It is 600,000. You get 101. Can I say 500,000? Looking for 600,000. Yes, I do. I get 600,000. So I get 100 for 700. I get 600,000. We keep 100 for 700,000. Yes, I get 700,000 after. Can I say I get 700,000 and the Northern Nights I get for 800. I get 700,000 Northern Nights. Oh, we get started for 700,000 going once. Going twice. And so, 700,000 to the Golden Knights. Right, unemployed batsman up next, Timothy Aiden Cross. 400,000 each your bats. Anything up for 300,000, each make your bets here for 400,000. Anybody going for 400,000 going once? I get 300 further. And then for 500,000, guys, I get 400,000 here, quick 101. Now I get for 500. If you get 500,000, I'm going to give track for 500,000, big treasure bats going once, going twice, and so 400,000 to cricket 101. Up next, we've got Emil Pretorius for 400,000 visual bats. It is 400 laps. Last thing, we got 400,000 for 500. Anybody for 500 visual bats. We are now selling the prize at 400,000. Anybody for 500 going once, going twice, and sold to the Pirates for 400,000. Next player, under 30 batsmen for the Tshwane Super League 2026, Stefan with the sea. Also, for Stefan with the sea, team organizer, anybody going for 400, the issue is your bats. Anybody going for 400,000, for 400, or if you're only for the Vikings, selling for 500. Then it's selling for 400,000 in front here for Vikings, anybody want to take it for 500,000, the issue is your bats. Or you can sell it for 400,000 going once, and 500 for a chasing. I think for 600, and the Vikings for 700. I can say let's see one number JC 360, currently on 800 at the Vikings. I can make one number JC for 1 million at the Vikings. I think for 1.1, these are the bats for 1.1 and 1.1 at the Northern Knights. I think for 1.2 at the Vikings and for 1.3. Anyone for 1.3, please raise your bats. Let's say 1.2 million at the Vikings. Do I have a 1.3 from Northern Knights? Please raise your bats. Yes, I do. I've got 1.3. I think for 1.4 at the Vikings. Ready for 1.5. Do I have a 1.5 million? Please raise your hand. Get the 5 from JC. I think 1.6 at the Vikings. Curry selling 1.6 million at the Vikings for 1.7. If you want to take for 1.7, please make your bets very clear. Please raise your bets for 1.7. Curry selling 1.6. JC will have 1.7. With 1.6 at the Vikings going once. Hacking and Sierra. Now looking for 1.8 at the Vikings. Looking for 1.9. Do I have a 1.9 from you, Jason? Yes, I do have a 1.9. And you will be on the Vikings. Now looking for 2.2 million. And you might look for 2.2. Please raise your bets. Curry selling on 2 million at the Vikings looking for 2.2. Do I have a 2.2 from you, Jason? 360 going once. Going twice. And again 2.2. Now you get the field. I'm not going to come to the field before the Vikings. They're not hesitating, they've got 2.4. 2.4 now, looking for 2.6. Anybody looking for 2.6 after, looking for 2.8. Hek equipment 6 and equipment 84, looking for 3 million. We've got to say on 2.8 million and the Vikings for 3 million. We show you that's for 3 million. Tracy 360, you are over 3 million. Going to say on 2.8 at the Vikings going once, going twice, and sold for 2.8 million to the Vikings. Next on the 13 batsman, we've got Earmarked now. Ladies and gentlemen, for 400,000, please raise your bets for 400,000. Earmarked now for 400,000. Anyone going once, going twice, unsold. Right, moving on. Next was the Simon Sluggert for 400,000. Anyone good? Make it clear for 400,000, please raise your bets. 400,000 going once, and if you're only through it. Now selling on 400,000, people want to for 500,000. Anyone looking for 500, please raise your bets. Accept the field raise anybody for 500,000, please make your bets clear. Or you're going to sell it for 400,000 going once, going twice, and sold. Cricket 101 for 400,000. Right, moving on swiftly, Francois Raad. Francois Raad, as allemaal vaststellen in eigen graad. Hij was een eigen graad, ik was op een goede graad. Francois Raad for 400,000. Anybody looking for 400,000? Big ratio bets now for 400,000 going once, going twice. Actually, if you're looking for 500,000, looking for 600, and looking for 700. So let's say 600, looking for 700 to be sold. Currently selling on 700,000 at the back, so looking for 800, 360. Currently selling on 800,000, looking for 900. Again, we call it all the parties are looking for 1 million now, Jason 360 for 1.1. Currently selling on 1 million, looking for 1.1 million. Parties are looking in the please raise your bets for 1.1 million for 1 day for yes, I mean 1.1. Parties are looking to steal for 1.1. Jason 360 taking it back for 1.2, for 1.3. Please have a look for 1.3 million. Anybody looking for 1.3 million, please raise your bets again the day after the nights. 1.3 at the Northern Nights are looking for 1.4. If anybody wants one for 1.4, please make your bets here for 1.4 million, or you sell for 1.3 going once, going twice, adding the fee. We've got 1.4 now, and Jason 360 for 1.5. If you're looking for 1.5 million, please raise your bets for 1.5 million, sitting on 1.4, we're going to sell going once. Yes, you get the fake. I've got 1.5 at the Northern Nights. Now looking for 1.6 million. Yes, I've got 1.6 at Josie, now looking for 1.7. Going to say 1.6 million, looking for 1.7. Please raise your price for 1.7. Going to say 1.6 million. All you're selling for 1.6 million once, going twice, and sold 1.6 million to Josie 360. Under 30 batsman Hugh Marks. Hugh Marks, anybody known for 400,000, please raise your hands. I'm ready for 400,000 for Hugh Marks. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, and you feel it. We say on 400,000 for the Vikings. I'm ready for 600,000 against Tshwane Pirates. 700 Vikings. We're ready for 800 at the Pirates. And for 900, 800 and 900 Vikings. And you get nothing off for. You get nothing off for 1.1 in the front, 1.2. 1.2 is what I'm looking for. 1.1 at JC 360, looking for 1.2 million after 1.2 at the Vikings. 1.2 from the right side for 1.3. Please make your bets there for 1.3 million. We're going to say 1.2 at the Vikings for 1.3 million once. Yes, again, I'm going to say 1.3 at the Pirates for 1.4. If for 1.3 at the Pirates for 1.4 million. Please raise your bets for 1.4 million. Anybody going once? Going twice, and so 1.3 million to the Pirates. Yeah, can we move on? Right, moving on. Next player, ladies and gentlemen, is Sebastian Leroux, or Bas Leroux. Right, looking for 400,000. Anybody looking for 400,000? Big treasure bets for 400,000 going once. Going twice, actually $300. Now we're going to say 400,000 at the Northern Lights, so looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500? Big treasure bets for 500. We're now saying 400,000 at the Knights going once. Going to our package 504. We put 500,000 and Joyce 360 guessing it's 600 after. We are saying 600 against 700 for 800 after, so after 900. Then for 900, saying 800, again 800 after, very nice, and for 900s. Anybody looking for 900,000, big choice of bets, we will start once, going twice, and so 800,000 to the Northern Knights. Hedel Ferreira up next. Right, Hedel Ferreira, under 13 batsman for 400,000. Please raise your bets. If you want 400,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice. I get 400, 500 for 600, 700, I get 700 for 800. Can I say 700,000 for 800,000? I get 700,000 for 800,000. Go ahead and guess I'm going to have 800,000 for the Northern Lights. Taking away by the Lights for 1 million now at the Northern Lights for 1.1. I get the Northern Lights 1.1 at JC for 1.2. 1.2 to my right. Yes, you like that high. I get the 1.2 for it. Another bad for Bible. 1.2 for 1.3. Anyone for 1.3 saying 1.2 at the Vikings. Please raise your bets for 1.3 million. Anyone for 1 at the 1.3. Can I say 1.3 million at the Northern Lights for 1.4? Do I have 1.4? Anybody going for 1.4? Or we can start for 1.3 to the Knights going once, going twice, and so 1.3 million to the Knights. Alright, so we're on swiftly, we're going over to Andy under 13 batsman for the Tshwane Super League 2026, 400,000. Anybody looking for 400,000, please raise your bets going once. Again, so for 300. Now looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500, please raise your bets for 500,000. Cricket 101, setting on 400,000 going once, going twice, and so to Cricket 101 for 400,000. Okay, groups up next. Group 2 was a bit out. He won't be out. Alright? We don't like each other. Sorry. 400,000. Anybody looking for 400,000? Please raise your bets or be out for 400,000 going once. Going twice. And unsold. Out. Right, next up. Petrus Lansky. Petrus Lansky was in no shame. Whoever was like it, why? Alright, anything with the field race and picture back. So field race going once, going twice, and unsold. Right, John Peterson. Waiting for John Peterson for 400,000. Anybody going for 400 pictures of bats? For 400 going once, going twice, and unsold. Liam van der Weeshuizen, anybody going for 400, these are your bets. Field races are ready for, anybody going once, going twice, and I get 400 after. Rustenburg say 400,000, these are your bets, now for 500. We've got 400 at Rustenburg. If you want to take it for 500,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and sold. 400,000 to Rustenburg. Goed. Job else, under 13, batsman, job else. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking for 400,000, please raise your bets for 400. If you have the field race, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and unsold. Liam Saturday, so that the batsman for under 13, Liam Saturday, 400,000. Please make your race there for 400. Going once, going twice, I get 300. Now second 400 at JC 360. Anybody for 500,000, please raise your bets for 500. I get 300. Already settled for 400,000. Going once, going twice, and sold to JC 360 for 400,000. Okay, right, up next. Under 13 batsman, Jason Leroux. Jason Leroux for 400,000. Please make the race here for 400,000. Anybody going for 400? Going once, going twice, and unsold. Jordan Gonzalez for 400,000. Jordan Gonzalez for 400,000. Please raise your bets once. Going twice, I've got 400, I get 500 fluid, I get for 600. We're going to say on 500,000 in front of me for 600. 600,000 is what I'm looking for. Rustenburg, I have 600,000 from you guys. Going to say on 500,000 going once, going twice, and sold 500,000 to the Vikings. Right, up next, Jaden will receive for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400,000. Anybody looking for 400,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and unsold. Johan Lieberberg. Now at 400,000 for Johan Lieberberg. Anybody looking, please raise your bets for 400,000. Johan Lieberberg. Going once, going again 300. We're looking for 500,000. We're going to say on 400,000, please raise your bets now for 500. Do I have anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and sold to Cricket 101 for 400,000. Right, up next for the under 13 batsman, JC Ace. JC Ace, anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets. Field related, anybody in the room, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and unsold. Joel Free, under 13 batsmen sold, 400,000, anybody in the room, going once, going twice, and unsold. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the under 13 batsmen, and we are going to go to the bowlers, and we're starting off with a seam bowler under 13s. We're starting off with Aidan Brown. Aidan Brown for 400,000. Please raise your bets. Anybody for a seam bowler in the form of Aidan for 400,000, going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, seam bowler Aidan Beer under 13s. ABB for 400,000 each. That's going once, going twice, and unsold. Zander for you. Ready for Zander for you. See balloon. And if ready Zander for you. 400,000 each. That's ABB for 400,000. Going once, going twice, and unsold. Volden, the same note. And a 13 C balloon. Volden, the same note. For 400,000 each. That's anybody going for 400,000. Going once, going twice, and through no. We're going to say that 400,000 at JC360 for 500. Do I have a 500 million? Anybody looking for 500,000 each? Raise your best for 500 going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to JC360. Okay, right. Up next, under 13 C bowler is Andre Wagner. Andre Wagner, anybody looking for 400,000 Peters and bets for 400,000. Anybody looking for 400 going once, going twice, and fields. Now sitting at 400,000 in front. Actually, for the 500,000, looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500, sitting at 400,000, the right looking for 5. Anyone looking for 500,000 once, going twice, and sold. Finalization to the Vikings. Right, up next, James Mason, and a 13 C bowler as well. For 400,000 each. So that's a finalization. Now we're looking for 500,000, we're going to get 400. Stay at 400,000, you're for 500. Anybody going for 500,000 each? So that's going once, going twice, and 500,000. We're going to get 600 each. So all the pies are for 700, 800, 800, 900, 800, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. And you go 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.92. We're going to go 2.2, 2.4. We're going to go 2.4, 2.4. We've got 2.4 million, we've got 2.6, there's 2.6 now in all the nights. We've got 2.4 and the price for 2.6 holders for 2.4 million. Going once, going twice, and we 2.6 and we've got 84 and we've got 2.3 million. Waiting for 3 million, guys, we've got 2.8 in front here at Josie 360, 2.8 million now. We'll have 3 million, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hands for 3 million going once, going twice, and sold to JC360 for 2.8 million.
afgesit nou weer.
Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on swiftly. We're going to continue with the under 13 C voters, and we've got Landon Bios. Landon Bios, 400,000, and a field now looking for 500. Again, the rotation of field looking for 500,000, anyone looking for 500 resource events. Do I have anybody looking for 500 going once, going twice, and if fight for the no. We will find it station on the 700, we sitting on 600,000, we will 700. 700,000, we will reach the 700 no. We're going to say 700,000, we want 800. After that, we get Aquaman no. Going to say 800,000, at the price of 900,000, we will reach from 900. We're going to be equal, that is now being organized for 1 million now at the plants. I think for 1.1 million, considering 1 million for 1.1. I have 1.1 million for 1.1, please raise your hands as you 1 million going once, going twice, and sold 1 million to the pilots. Right. Aidan Donaldson, under 13 Seaboard, please raise your hands for 400,000 for Aidan going once, going twice, and if you don't know. Can you say 400,000 yet, you could one for 500. Aidan looking for 500,000 each, so that's going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to Cricket 101. Right. Black Korea, ladies and gentlemen, aiming for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400,000, please raise your hands. And if you feel amazing, anyone in the room for 400,000 going once, going twice, and if you feel it. Can I say 400,000 at the golden asking for 500. We are saying out 400,000 euros, so that's 500,000. Anyone in the room for 500 going once, going twice, and sold to the Northern Lights for 400,000. once, Christopher van der Holt. Under 13C by Christopher van der Holt. Anyway, 400,000 is already for opening bid for 400. Please raise your dice for 400,000. Anybody do for 400 going once, going twice, and feeling the The Vikings sitting at 400,000. Anybody looking for 500, please raise your dice. So 500 is sitting at 400,000. Already started going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to the Vikings. You're not going to worry, you're not going to worry, man. You're not going to worry. Rechter Pirates. Right. Via the Cook for 400,000. Anybody going for 400,000 please? Raise your hands. Going once, going twice, and Unsold. Peter van Reden. Anybody going? We're starting off at 400,000 for Peter van Reden. Going once, going twice, and Unsold. Up next, Colin Louis Cross. Colin Louis Cross for 400,000. Please raise your hands for 400,000. Anybody going for 400 going once, going twice, and Unsold. Erland Pinar. Anybody going for 400,000? Please raise your hands for 400,000. Do I have 400,000 going once, going twice, and Unsold? Still at under 13C bonus, Daniel Funniker for 400,000. Please raise your hands for 400. Anybody going for 400 going once? That can feel the no. We're going to say 400,000 here, people are going for 500. Do I have 500,000? Anybody going for 500,000? Please raise your hands for 500. We're going to say for 400 going once, going twice, and get 500. I've got 500,000 at the right there. I'm looking for 600. I'll go to 600. I'm looking for 700. I'm looking for 800. Going to say 800 now, looking for 900. Can I say 800 before 900? I have 900 from you to the northern last Saturday. Yes, I've got 900 before 1 million. Do I have yes, I've got 1 million now to make it 1 before 1.1. Yes, I've got 1.1 more last for 1.2. Yes, I've got 1.2 and 1.3 immediately for the one last. But you can have 1.4, I have 1.4, yes, I've got 1.4. I have 1.5 million pictures of that's 1.5 million, but it's 1.4. Actually, we're going to confuse you, we're going to find next year, we're going to start for 1.4 million once, and we're going to 5. And you go 1.6, yes, for 1.6 immediately before we go on, and you go 1.7. And you go 1.7, you can see us, the super also normalized to have 1.7, we're going to start to the hacking and conceal them. We're going to say 1.7, we go 1.8, equivalent 1. We're not looking for 1.9 million, please virtual that's for 1.9 million. I get the 8.8, so we keep going once, ladies and gentlemen, going twice, and sold 1.8 million to Cricket 101.
Cricket 101, you are approved.
That's moving on swiftly, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an under 13 TC bowler, Leon Portugal, winning for 400,000 for Leon Portugal, anybody in the room for 400,000 each. That's going once. And if you don't know, yes, if you don't know, we've got 400,000 for 500,000. I think the competition is one way between the organized and the parties at sea. President 400,000 for 500, anybody for 500 each. That's for 5. Yes, I've got 5. And it's 600,000 for 700,000. President 600,000 and 600 for 700,000, 100,700. That is to now 700,000 for 700,000, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to say 600,000 units. Going to and it's 700. The Golden Knights saying at 700, the Pirates immediately, the Pirates at 800. That for 900,000, 100,900. 8% of the Aquaman for 900, 800 for 900, for 900. Golden Knights for 900 meters, yes, I do. And you climb up over 1 million. Immediately back to the price for 1 million for 1.1. Ladies and gentlemen, 1.1, yes, 1.1, 2, 1.3. That's taking 1.3 for 1.4. Again, you can put the other for 1.4. Yes, I'm going 1.4 now. And you can put faith. Immediately back to 1.5. It's going to say, and 1.5 million for 1.6. Northern Ireland for 1.6 from the for 1.6. President for 1.5 million for 1.6. These reservoirs for 1.6 less than given 0, 1.8, 1.9, got 2 million. I'm saying 2 million in the Vikings. Now we're saying 2 million, 2.2, now you have 2.4. 2.4 is already before now, you can get 2.4. These are units for 2.4 million, I'm saying 2.2. Ladies and gentlemen, second 2.2 million once, going twice, and so 2.2 million to the Pirates. Alright, so the third see where you're on your dog. Anybody in the room? 400,000 agreements. Anybody in the room for $80 for 500. Anybody in the room for 500. Now we're saying for 800 for 800. We're saying it's 700,000 for 800. What's the same for 800? Anybody for 800,000 for 700,000 we're going to say 700 for 8. And she got 800,000 for 800,000. Anybody in the 844. Now you for 1 million in the Pirates. Now saying 1.1 now. We're for 1.2. And you get put in now for 1.2 million. President 1.1 million for 1.2 these reservoirs for 1.2 million. Go ahead 1.2 million from the Pirates these reservoirs for 1.2 million. You said 1.1 going once. Going twice. And you get put here. And you get to 3, we're going to say 1.3 now in the front here. And you get to 3, so we're rising for 1.4. These are the for 1.4 million. Pirates will be over 1.4. If we're 1.3, the Vikings so I can get to 3. We're saying 1.4 million, and the Pirates will be for 1.5. Anybody in for 1.5, these are for 1.5 million going once, going twice, and so 1.4 million to the Pirates. Okay, please. So that there are 13 seagullers, ladies and gentlemen, Larino, that's your next player, 400,000. Open bids for 400. Anybody in the room for 400,000 going once, going twice, unsold. Right, Captain Tshwane. I'm far now. Alright, Captain Tshwane. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please start off with the 400,000. Or we can have a 400 opening, but ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and unsold. JJ Defense, starting off for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400,000 going once, going twice, unsold. Right? The requirements is Alright. Okay. Leon Standard. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off on 400,000 for Leon Standard. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice. En dan komt er niet voor de vrouw voor. Zij dan voor pointen. Also 400,000 at the two on the outside there, also 400,000 vir jou hoor. 400,000 jou hand gelig, right? Patel money for spot car. Unsold. Up next. Right, Matthijs Snyman, ladies and gentlemen, for 400,000 opening bids for Matthijs. Please raise your bets for 400,000 anybody wants. Going twice. I get 404. Can I say 400,000? Ready for 500. Do I have anybody who wants to challenge for 500,000? Please raise your bets going once. Going twice. And sold 400,000 to the Vikings. Okay, moving along now to the off-spin bonus. That's the next category, under 13 off-spin bonus. We're starting off with Liam Joyce for 400,000. Anybody looking for 400,000? Please raise your bets for 400,000 if you don't know after. I'm looking for 500,000. Pilots at 400. We're looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500,000? Please make your bets there for 500 once. Going twice. And I get 504. Vikings on 500,000. I'm looking for 600. It gets 600. The pilots are looking for 700. It gets 600. The pilots are looking for 700. I'm going to get 700,000. I'm looking for 7. Yes, I've got 700,000. I'm looking for 8. I get 100,000. Also, the pilots are looking for 9. Anybody looking for a record, need one race to for 1 million. Anybody looking for 1 million, please raise your bets for a 1 million. Come 900,000 going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 900,000. Okay, friends. Let's go over to the next one now. Orthodox bonus in Mashmachari on the Dad Kings now. Alexander for you, 400,000. Please make your rates here. Opening with 400,000. Anyway, look next to 340 for 500. Can you say 400,000? Anybody, 500,000 winning prize for 600. Can you say 500,000 for 6? Please raise your bets for 600, 600, 700,000 for 800. Can you say 700,000 for 800 prize? Yes, I've got 800,000 now. Yeah, and immediately charged by the price when saying 900,000 for 1 million. Anybody with 400, please raise your bets for a 1 million. Currently saying 900,000 for 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your bets here for 1 million. We will sell it for 900,000 to the price going once. I think it will be low. Currently 1 million, you have the price for 1.1. Please raise your bets here. Please make it clear for a 1.2. Currently 1.1. Please make it clear for 1.2 million. Anybody looking for 1.2 million once? Go twice and sold Vikings for 1.1 million.
Vikings, done. Cool. Thank you.
Alright, up next. Next player, right, there we go. Liam Monday for 400,000. Please make your base here for 400,000. 400,000. Anybody looking for 400? Please raise your bets going once. That if you want to know. Can I say 400,000 looking for 5? Anybody looking for 500,000? Please make it 500 for which is station on the target. You make it 1 looking for 700. Can I say 600,000 looking for 700,000? Please make your bets there. I can see 800 looking for 800. Can I say 800 looking for 900,000, 900 in the back, looking for 1 million. 1 million in the front, give you 1 million for 1.1. We're going to say 1 million for 1.1. Please make your bets there for 1.1 million. All going to sell it to bring it on for 1 million going once, going twice. So, to bring it on for 1 million. Right, that's week 1 also full. Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the under 13 auctions. I'm just going to check in with the management quickly. Can we take a 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minute break. Anybody for a 5 minute break? And we will continue in 5 minutes.
Okay. 23. Ja, so.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute to start the game, 1 minute to start. Okay, goed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to everybody. To bring you on Pirates, JC360 Vikings, Northern Knights in Rustenburg. Right, we're going to move over to the next category now. We're going to go over to the retained players. Let's start off with JC360. And the retained players for the 15s is as follows. For JC360, we have James Noel, Philip Senecal, Peter De Beer, Ruben Simon, and AJ Lady Line Right. That's the retained players. Then over to Cricket 101. Retained players for Cricket 101 is Johan Jegenaar, James Koeman, Kelvin from Westhuizen in Marlu Nel. That's the retained players for them. Right, moving on to the White Vikings, under 15 retained. Others from the Dandies Verstaan, Henko Landman, Karl Smuts, Karl Swart, Matthew McPhail, and also Rowan Graaf. That's your retained players for the Vikings. Up next, we've got the Northern Knights retained. That's under 13, it says there. Is that under 15, I suppose? Under 15 retained players for the Northern Knights: Alexander Nel, Andrew Hall, Andrew Vermeer, Charles Botman, the various Potgieter, Eugene Snyders, Zayden van der Doorn, and then William Smith. Right, that's for the Northern Knights. Over to the Warriors, retained players, that's also under 13, right? We're just going to check those slides quickly. We're just going to fix one or two things on the slides quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next retained players. Okay, good. Warriors. Under 15 retained players: Caleb Gonzalez, Christopher Oorse, the Red Oorse, Heinrich Kleer, and Jaden Breed, Keegan and Janssen van Vieren, Liam de Bruin, and Alvian van Aswegen. Those are your under 15. And then also under 15 pre-signed players for the Pirates: Brendan de Beers, Nico van Francois Spitter, Ulrich Richter, Dylan Hutton, Neil Klaassen, Logan Reuter, and Dirk van Deventer. Those are the pre-signed players. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you understand how it works. Please raise your bets very clearly. We're going to start off with the winning keepers for the under 15s, starting off with 400,000 ladies and gentlemen. Dion Lieberberg. Anybody going for 400,000? Please raise your bets. So 400,000 going once, going twice, and Unsold. Next up, Zaire Rue, under 15 winning keeper Zaire Rue. Anybody going for 400,000? Please raise your bets. For 400,000, ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and Unsold. Thomas Skinner, wicketkeeper under 15 for 400,000. Please raise your bets. Anybody going for 400,000? Please raise it. Going once. Aggie Finland going for 5-5. Aggie Finland going for 600,000. Aggie Sesson going for 4. Aggie 700,000 after 700,000 for 800,000 for 9. Aggie 900,000 for 1 million. 900,000. Please raise your bets for 1 million. We are saying 900,000, anyone for 1 million, please raise your bets. 4.1 million, this is the one now. JC360 now saying 1 million, please raise your bets for 1.1. Anyone for 4.1 million, please raise your bets for 1.1. We're going to start now, and again, we could get nobody biased. Trying to say 1.1 million for 1.2. Right, anyone for 1.2 million, please raise your bets. Steady for 1.2 million. We're going to start now for 1.1 at the Pirates now, 1.2 now at JC360. Considering 1.2 million for 1.3. Back 1.3 million, considering 1.2. Please raise your bets for 1.3, back 1.3 going once, going twice, and get the input to his sorrow for 1.2 million to JC360. Right. Moving on swiftly, we've got under 15 wicket keeper, your next one, Liam Klaassen. Liam Clausen, anyone in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400, please raise your bets going once. Going to 8300. 85 for 100 for 600. 37 500,000 for 600. 600 I think for 700 for 800. 37 700,000 for 800. Please raise your bets for 800,000. 37 more is 700,000. Please raise your bets for 900,000. Right back at the price for 1 million. We're going to say 900,000 for 1 million. Anybody in the room for 1 million, please raise your bets. Anything in the house, anything in the room. Considering 1 million JC 360 for 1.1. Anyone in the room for 1.1 million, please raise your hands up. Hey, 1.1 million buyers. Considering 1.1 million for 1.2. Please tell me if you go 1.2, please raise your hands in for 1.2 million for 1.2. If you're thinking 3 going once, going twice, and sold 1.1 million to the Pirates. Alright, up next, Carl Jan Doyer. He is a 50 wicketkeeper. Anybody for 400,000, please raise your bets. If you don't know, Coach saying 400,000 at the Vikings, please raise your bets for 500,000. Do I have a 500,000 in the risk fight from the dollar and we're going for 600, 600, 800 now, from 900,000, 900 to my right, and from 1 million. Can say 900,000, should be in the room, they have 1 million. Please raise your bets for 1 million, can say 900,000. We've got 900,000 from the Vikings sitting up for 1 million. People want to have a 1 million, please raise your bets for 1 million. We've got 900,000 now for 1 million. Yes, I've got 1 million, 1.1, 1.1, 1.2. Let's take 1.2 million for 1.3. Please raise your bets for 1.3, let's take 1.2. 1.3 now, the Vikings are 1.4, so back to the Vikings 1.4. Then for 1.5 million, sitting 1.5 now. Here for 1.6, back to the Vikings and sitting 1.6. Then for 1.7 million, please raise your bets for 1.7. Then sitting 1.6 at the Vikings, are going to sell for 1.6, please raise your bets for 1.7. 1.6 at the Vikings, going once, going twice, and so 1.6 million to the Vikings. Next player, 115 wicketkeeper, Unsold. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off over this for 400,000, please raise your bets for 400,000. Anyway, for 400, yes, I can feel on the foot. Going to say 400,000, JC 360 out 500. 500 at the Vikings, selling for 600,000. We're going to say 500 for 600, please raise your bets for 600, 600 over JC 360. We've got this selling on 600,000, currently at the 700 and now Vikings. 700,000 at the Vikings, selling for 8. It is up 800 and if you track now for 800,000, 700,000, ladies and gentlemen, we said 800 euro achter. Kan je zeggen 800, ik heb een laat ook dan kopie Northern Lights naar 800,000. Kan je zeggen 800,000 for 1 million. Anyone in 900,000 for 900,000. Anyone in for 900, please raise your bets. So we can be sitting at 800 for 9. Anyone in for 900,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and so 800,000 to the Northern Lights. Next player, ladies and gentlemen, wicketkeeper, Marcus Schumann. Marcus Schumann opens 400,000. 400,000, anyone in the 400 going once, going twice, and unsold. Right, moving over to the batsmen now, 40 and 15s. It's now time for the batsmen, ladies and gentlemen. First player, Willem Bekers. Willem Bekers for 400,000 opening bets. Anybody for 400, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and feeling it up. Northern Lights now 400,000. It seems like the Vikings near the West Coast sitting on 400,000 in the Knights. I think for 500, 504. I think for 600,000. 600 only one, I think for 700, I think 700. Can I say you want 700,000? I change to 360 for 800. Can I say you want 700,000? Please raise your bets for 800. We are selling on 700,000. We're going to sell it once. I think 800 no. We are selling 800,000, looking for 900,000. And the 800,000, looking for 9. Please raise your backs for 900,000, looking for 900,000, 800,000. Two golden lights going once, going twice. And sold 800,000 to the Golden Knights. Okay, Hoots. Next up, Zander Gota. Ladies and gentlemen, 400,000 opening bids. Please raise your hands. Anyone bid for 400,000 they once? And feel the nerve. We're going to say 400,000 and bucks. Anyone in for 500,000, please raise your hands for 500. Anyone in for 500. Say 400,000 and the bucket going once. Going to back, 500,000. Looking for 600,000. We're sitting at 500,000. Jason 360. Back at 600. We're looking for 700. That is selling at 600,000 and the bikes looking for 700,000. I can see on the number JC 360 looking for 800. We have 800 looking for 900. That is selling at 800,000 and the bikes looking for 9. Anybody looking for 900,000, please raise your hands for 900,000. We're selling at 800,000 and the bikes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling for 800,000 once. Anybody looking for 900,000. We're selling at 900,000 and JC 360 will have 1 million. 1 million is selling at 1 million now at the bikes. If you want 1.1, please raise your hands for 1.1, selling 1 million now at the bikes. If you want to please raise your hands for 1.1, we're going to sell it now for 1 million to the bikes. Right ones, going back in your beginner. We're selling 1.1 million now at the Jackson 360, looking for 1.2. We've got a 1.1 now, Jackson 360 for 1.2. Yes, we're 1.2 now at the bikes. If you want 1.3 million, please raise your hands for 1.3 million. President 1.2 million, yes, I'm putting on the front now. 1.3 million. 1.3 million, JC 360 for 1.4. Anyone for 1.4, please raise your hands for 1.4. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting at 1.3. All of a sudden, going once, going twice, and sold. 1.3 million. Yeah, JC 360. That was my best skin, my best skin. Okay, up next. Happy. Alright, Andre Alice for 400,000. Anybody room for 400,000? Please raise your hands for 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, Andreas Gibert for 400,000 open bids. Please raise your hands for 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, on 15 batsman, Tshwane Glovu, ladies and gentlemen, opening bids at 400,000, please raise your bats for 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, on 15's Tyler Schmidt, 400,000 opening bids, please raise your bats for 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Andrew Erasmus for 400,000. Please make your rates clear. 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Banu Stokov, ladies and gentlemen, we're going for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400,000. Anyway, you're going once, going twice, and unsold. Francois Cardoso, right, under 15s for 400,000. Anybody going for 400,000, please raise your bets. Going once, going twice, and if you want to after. Going to say 400,000 and Rusty will get for 5. Anybody going for 5, I get 500 before I for 6. I get 500 before I for 600, 600, and I get for 700,000, selling at 600,000 for 700,000. We're selling at 700,000 for 800,000 for 900. I got 800,000 for 900, for now. We're selling 900,000 and JC 360 for 1 million. Please raise your hands for 1 million, 1 million, for 1.1. We're selling 1 million, for 1.1. Please raise your hands for 1.1 million, ladies and gentlemen. For 1.1 million, please raise your hands for 1.1 million. Again, we're going to say 1 million at Rustenburg, going once, going twice, and sold. 1 million to Rustenburg. Right, moving on. Francois van den Berg. Anyone in the room for 400, please raise your bets. We're starting off opening bets on 400,000. Anybody in the room going once, going twice, and unsold. Right. Next up. Alright, here we go. Ruben, what was it? Turkey, right? Ruben Turkey. Under 15s, batsman, Ruben Turkey. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets. For 400,000 and once, I get feel on it. We're going to take the price for 400,000 and for 5. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please make your bets there. I get 5 there. Now we're going to say 500,000 at the organizer for 66 organizer for 7, now 8, 8 Can I say 800,000 before 900,000, 1 million? Can I say 1 million before 1.1? We're not currently sitting in a 1 million before 1.1. Anything on the end of in there. Can I 1.2, 1.2 now, that's what we said before 1.3. We're going to say 1.2 million at the northern ISIS before 1.3. Again, in the dinner. Can I say 1.3, 2 million before 1.4. Anybody in for 1.4, please raise your hands. 1.4, but it gets up to 1.4 now. Northern ISIS saying 1.5 before 1.5. Anybody in for the players will have 1.5 now. We're going to 1.5 now at the price before 1.6, we get to 5 now. We're going to for 1.6 million, please raise your hands for 1.6, Northern Lights will have 1.6. We're going to set it at 1.5 million at the players, ladies and gentlemen, going once and in the 6. There's a 1.6 million now at the Northern Lights. Anyone for 1.7, please raise your hands for 1.7, I'm looking for 1.7. Anyone says I'm looking for 1.7 going once. Going twice, and sold 1.6 million to the Northern Lights. Right, next batsman on the 15s, Sebastian Fader. Opening bets 400,000. Anyone for 400 pieces, bets going once, going twice, and unsold. Brian Kuchlerberg for 400,000 please raise your bets. Anyone for 400 going once, going twice, and again, sorry, if you want to get 500 there. We're going to say 500,000 at E-Vibes. We for 600. Anyone is over 500,000 now we for 600,000. We'll have the 600 please raise your bets. For 600,000 please make it there for 600,000. Yes, I've got 600 now, change it 360. Going to say 700 now. We've got 700,000 now looking for 800,000. Again, 800 now, we're going to see 360. Now looking for 900,000, looking for 400. Can we say 900,000 looking for 1 million? Yes, I've got 1 million for 1.1. We're going to say 1 million looking for 1.1. If you can please raise your hands for 1.1 million. We're going to say 1 million now for JC 360. 8 million for 1.1 million. Please make your bets there. We're going to start going once, going twice, and sold 1 million to JC 360. Right, moving along. Caleb Loacher. Ladies and gentlemen, opening bids 400,000. Please raise your bets 400 going once, going twice. Okay, 400, 500, 600. I'm looking for 700, 700, 800. Can we for 900,000 now? I should have been million. Can say 900,000 for 1 million. Please take your rates there for 1 million. Can say 900,000 for 1 million. And so should have been million. Can say 900,000. Please take your rates there for 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, going once for 900,000. Going once, and get million. 1 million now, adjusted to 1.1. 1.1 and so. Can say 1.2 now, to that 1.3 in front, and for 1.4 and 1.5. Can say 1.4 million for 1.5 million, 5 million, and so 8 5 now. And for 1.6. 1.6 now to the front, and for 1.7. And you get silver from JC 360, 1.8 million at Vikings. Can say 1.9. Anybody for 1.9, please make your way for 1.9 million, 1.9, so before, can say 1.9 now. Can say 1.9 at the price for 2 million for 2.2. Do I have a 2.2 million, is sitting on 2 million now, and still the 2 million for 2.2, please, you guys there for 2.2. Do I have anybody looking for a 2.2 million, we're going to start for 2 million. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 2 million. Okay, Kaden Giesen, under 15 batsmen, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400,000, please raise your bats. Anyone in the room going once, going twice, and Unsold. Chris van der Wat, opening bids for 400,000 for Chris van der Wat, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000 going once, going twice, and Unsold. Riku Kutsie, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000 opening bids. Please raise your bats for 400,000. Anyone in the room, going once, at $800 for 5 and 5 session nights. After 600,000, looking for 700. Currently 600,000, after 7 now, looking for 800,000, looking for 900,000. Currently for 1 billion, looking for 1.1. Should we get with you? Currently 1 billion for 1.1. Please make your bets there for 1.1 million. Currently the price for 1 million, looking for 1.1. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody in the room for 1.1 million, please make your bets there. We're setting the price for 1 million going once. 1.1 million now. Jason P 1.2. Straight back to the price for 1.2 for 1.3. Anybody in the room for 1.3, please make anything to the number. Consider 1.3, 1.4. Straight back to the price for 1.4 for 1.5. Anybody in the room for 1.5, please make anything to the number. Then Jason 360 for 1.5 and 1.6 now. Right back to the price at 1.6, anybody in the room for 1.7, please make your bets there. For 1.7 now, we go 1.7 in Sierra. We're going to say 1.6, we're going to sell it once, sell it twice, and sold to the buyers for 1.6 million. Okay. Elje Jansen van Heemsburg. Elje Jansen van Heemsburg, opening bids for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400, please use your bets. Going once. Going twice, and $400,000. $400,000. Going down 400,000, looking for 5. I get 500 after, looking for 600. Still 500, looking for 600. I get 600 after, looking for 700. I get 700 after, looking for 800,000. I get 700,000 for 8. If you want to go for 800,000 now, I think price is for 9. Price is 800,000, looking for 900,000. That's for 900,000. Anyone for 900,000, that was 800,000 at the price going once, going twice, and sold to the buyers for 800,000. Okay, Hoots, Ronaldo Brown, ladies and gentlemen, over the bids for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400, please raise your bets, and once, going twice, and Unsold. Christopher Williams, under 15 batsmen. Christopher Williams. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please make it clear. Going once, going twice, and Unsold. Solidarity, under 15 batsmen. Solidarity, 400,000, please raise your bets. Anybody for 400,000, going once, going twice, and $400,000. Finish to get 400,000 at JC 360, looking for 500,000. Finish to get 400,000, anybody going for 500, please raise your bets. I'm going to start the JC 360 going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to JC 360. Right, Philip Vegas, opening bids for 400,000. Anyway, 400 going once, going twice, and Unsold. Reynard Spalmers, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000. Actually, the field on Dyson, please raise your bets for 400. Anybody in the room for 400,000, and if you don't know, that is sitting on 400,000, quickly, 145. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your hands. That is sitting at 400,000, and 508. Currently, Andy Northern Knights for 500,000, looking for 6. I get a 600,000 no. Currently, 600,000, looking for 700. I get C1 looking for 800,000. I get a result C1, I get 800 for 900,000. Currently, 800,000 looking for 900,000. Currently, 800,000 800 for 900,000, please make your bets here for 900,000. All we can say, give me 400,000 no. We've got to be sitting at 900,000 at the back end for 1 million. Please make it clear for 1 million, and sitting at 900,000 at the Northern Knights, looking for 1 million, ladies and gentlemen, instead for 900,000 once, going twice, and sold to the Northern Knights for 900,000. Right, moving on, Sophie, number 15, stolen Madsen, Goobers, Forsler, and we're starting at 400,000. Goobers, Forsler, for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400, please make your bets. Get a 408. Now second Russell for 400, anybody for 500, 504. Now we're saying 500,000, the back is looking for 600. Do I have 600,000? Was I get 600 after the rest of that? We're going to say 600,000, looking for 700,000. Rosenberg is saying at 600, really before I get 700,000 in the Billy Vikings. Currently saying 700,000, at the Vikings before 800,000. We're going to say that I get 100,000 in Rosenberg. Rosenberg is saying at 800,000 before 9. Anybody in the room for 900,000, please make your bets here for 900,000. We're sitting on 800, Rosenberg going once, going twice, and sold. 800,000 to Rosenberg. Right, Zian Jacobs, under 15 batsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, starting with the 400,000. Opening bets for 400 going once, and if you want to getting 1 at 400,000, anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your bets for the 500s. Currently on 400,000, and quickly 1 looking for a 500, I get 500, 600 now, looking for 700, we'll have a 600 now. I get 700 after looking for 800, 800 forward, and I've got 900 straight away, and the back looking for 1 million. But I get 8 million to my left, currently selling 1 million for 1.1. Currently selling 1 million for quickly, 1 million for 1.1. More than nice to have 1.1, please make your base here for 1.1. We're going to sell now to quickly 1 million for 1 million, ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold to cricket 1 for 1 million. Right, Marcus Willie for 400,000. Gentlemen for 300,000, ladies and gentlemen, going once, and if you want the food, can you say 400,000, and cricket 101, and if for 500,000. And so you know 500,000 now, if I want to sell my JC 360, can you for 600,000 for 700,000. When I can say 600,000 for 700, see 104. When I can say 700,000 and JC 360 before 800. Yes, I've got 800,000 now. I'm looking for 9. I got 100,000 before 900,000. Can you say 800,000? Please make your best here for 900,000. Can you say 800,000 for cricket 101? Ladies and gentlemen, going once. This is going twice. And sold to cricket 101 for 800,000. Right. Up next, Old Grant for 400,000. Please make your bets here. Opening bets 400 going once, going twice, and 400,000. Now looking for 500,000. That is taking on 400,000 looking for 5. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please make your bets here. We're going to say 400,000 for JC 360 going once. I get 500 after. Now setting it 500,000 before 600,000. Please make your bets for the 600. I get 500 after before 600,000. Yes, I got 600,000 JC 360. Can I say get 600,000 before 700? If you can see on the nights and also get Northern Knights. Can I say about 600,000? Looking for 700,000, we're going to sell it once, we're going to sell it twice, and sold to JC 360 for 600,000. Okay, that's we're flying through them tonight. Dieter van Emmers, and the 15 batsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off with 400,000. Anybody looking for 400? Please raise your hands. 400,000, I can feel my know. Currently sitting on 400,000 and the likes of me for 5. Exactly 500,000, I'm currently for 600,000. Currently sitting on 500,000, I can see someone going in after for 700. I can see over the 800 for 800. Currently for 800 for currently sitting on 800 for 9. After 900,000 for 1 million. We have 1 million, this time we offer 1 million out of likes of me for 1.1 includes 1.2 at the back, now currently sitting on 1.2. I think for 1.3 million, sitting on 1.2 million, please make a best for 1.3. Currently sitting on 1.2 million, please make a very clear for 1.3, that is the normal answer 1.2, but adding in the 3 million. Currently sitting on 1.3 million, a quick 1.1. Currently sitting on 1.3, please make it for 1.4. Anybody moving forward, 1.4 million, please make your way there for 1.4 million. With the selling ones, sell it to I get 3 up the fee, ready to get the 5, get the fee. Currently sitting on 1.5 for 1.5. Anybody moving forward, 1.5, please make your way there for 1.5 million. Anybody moving forward, 1.5 million, please raise your hands for 1.5, sitting on 1.4. Anybody moving forward, 1.5, make your way there, going once, going twice, and I can get the 5. We've got 1.5 million in all the nights. We've got 1.6. Currently sitting there 1.5, and we've got 1.6 million. Please make your way there for 1.6. We've got 1. Yes, I've got 1.6 here in front now. JC 360 over the input says I've got 1.7. Anyway, they're for 1.7. Please make your way there for 1.7. Please make 1.6 at JC 360. Anyway, for 1.7. Please make your way there for 1.7 million once. Going twice. And sold 1.6 million to JC 360. Okay, goed. Ik had Lenny voor 400,000 please raise your hands. Starting off at 400, going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, Ruben Delmage, 400,000. Please raise your hands for 400, going once, going twice, and unsold. Ethan Rods, 400,000. Please raise your hands for 400,000. Anyone going once, going twice, and if you don't know, it's in the because you say 400,000 and JC 360 for 500,000. Can you say 400,000? Anybody want to charge for 500,000? Please raise your hands. We're going to start for 400,000 to JC 360 going once, going twice, and 500,000. What do you think? 500,000. Then you can for 600. If you pay for the days in Africa, you can for 600. Currently selling on 500,000, 8 million for 600,000, please raise your hands. Northern Lights on 500,000, yes, I've got 600,000. And it says all Lights on 30 for 700. Anybody moving for 700,000, please raise your hands for 700,000. We're going to start the JC 360 for 600,000, going once, going twice. And sold 600,000 to JC 360. Right. Gabriel Barbao, who we say that. Right. For 400,000, anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your hands. Going once, going twice, and unsold. Liam Smith, and 50 still in the batsman, Liam Smith. Anybody for 400,000, please raise your hands. 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Luan Bosch. Anyone in the room for 400,000 for Luan Bosch, please raise your hands if you want to know. But it's taking 400,000 and 100 for 5. Anyone in the room for 500,000, please raise your hands. So it's taking 400,000 and we're looking for 500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, or we're going to settle for 400,000 for quick 101 going once. And if I fall in now, we're going to say 500,000 and JC. Looking for 600,000 down there, look how you make it 101. Going to say 600,000 looking for 700. Please raise your hands for 700,000 before 700,000, going second 600,000. 600,000 will be at now before 700,000, ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold for 600,000 to Cricket 101. Okay, John O'Shea, John O'Shea, anybody for 400,000, please raise your backs for 400,000 going once. Okay, feel no. We've got 400,000 people, one for 5. Anybody going for 500,000, please raise your backs for 500,000, 400,000 people, anybody for 500,000, 85 for no. Going to get 500,000 and all prices, so you get 500,000 for 600, get 600 no. Going for 700,000, somebody's taking 600,000, you shouldn't see more. We've got 600,000 for 700,000, 700,000, before ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hands for 700,000. Come and say the cricket 101 for 600,000 going once. Hey, it's here, one to know. We're going to say 700,000 to my right, to the right back to cricket 101 for 800,000. Anybody doing for 900,000, please raise your hands for 900,000. Ladies and gentlemen, saying 800,000 going once, going twice, and so to cricket 101 for 800,000. Okay, Johan Bosman for 400,000, please raise your bets. Anybody looking for 400,000, please raise your bets. Make your bets there for 400 going once, going twice, and if you want. We're just saying at 400,000 tonight. Anybody for 500,000, please raise your bets. Going to say 400,000 and all nice. Looking for 500,000 going once, going twice, and so to the Northern Lights for 400,000. Johan Bosman for 400,000. We're starting off with 400,000. Anybody going for 400 going once? Going twice. 400,000. Well, alright, but you can buy them again. I mean, you can do it at money. It's a budget group. It was a cool enough book for the crew. Keanu Bell 400,000. Anybody for Keanu 400,000 going once? Yes, and Keanu after Rustberg at 400,000. Maybe for 500,000. Anybody going for 500, please raise your hands. We're sitting at 400,000 Rustberg. Anybody going for 500 going once? Going twice. And so to Rustberg for 400,000. Alright, Christian Finger for 400,000. Opening bids. Please raise your bets for 400 going once. I get feel on it. We're going to say it's 400,000 ticket 101. Please raise your bets for 500,000. Excellent finalization. I think for anyone for 500,000, please raise your bets going once. I get 5 nets. Northern Lights against 600. Right back to Green 101 for 600. I think for 700,000. Currently saying 600,000, I have to say. Please make 8 C on the right side of the Northern Lights for 800,000. I can see one that I said for 800. Currently saying it's 800. Currently saying at 800 now. We are setting up 800,000 and creating 101 for 9. Anybody looking for 900,000, please raise your bets for 900,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling for 800,000 to creating 101 going once, going twice, and so to creating 101 for 800,000. Indian Army Secretary Borges, CIN Lubricants. Dus ook iets over vandaag, die auction the Roy Wintermal. Thank you so much for being a proud sponsor of this year's Tshwane Super League and also to Omega Mining, making this year's Tshwane Super League possible and being proud sponsors of the tournament. Right, moving on. 150 batsmen, Caitlin Brill, ladies and gentlemen, starting on 400,000. Please raise your bets. Anybody looking for 400,000? Going once, going twice, and Unsold. John D. Swat for 400,000. Anybody going once, going twice, and get on the nice 400. Spending 400,000, now looking for 5. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your bets for 500,000, looking for 500,000. And you know, if you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're selling 400,000 to the Northern Lights going once, going twice, and so to the Northern Lights for 400,000. Up next, Caden Kutsia, 150 batsman, Caden Kutsia for 400,000. Please raise your bats. And if you want to know, that'll be for 500,000. Caden sitting at 400,000 for 5. Anybody bidding for 500,000, please raise your bats now. We're sitting at 400,000 instead of 400, going once, going twice, and sold. So cricket 101 for 400,000. Right, Jordan van Sale, opening bids. That's under 90, right, moving on. Caitlin Boshoff, thank you for that. Caitlin Boshoff, also not. What's that? Caitlin Boshoff. Okay, start with that. Caitlin Boshoff, right, we're starting off with 400,000. Caitlin Boshoff, 400,000, anybody known for 400,000 each for insurance. We have 400,000, anybody known going once, going twice, and unsold. Caden Pierce for 400,000, please raise your hands. We have 400 going once, going twice, and unsold. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the bowlers now. And we're going to start with the seam bowlers. Daniel van Steltbeek, seam bowler under 15s, 400,000, please raise your hands. Anybody for 400,000 going once, going twice, and you got lots of finalization, and again for 5. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your hands. Come to get 400,000 at JC 360. Or we're going to sell for 400,000, anybody looking for 500,000. And then for 600,000. We're going to be saying 500,000, please raise your backs for 600,000. Yes, you get 600. Then you can see on immediately back to the normal eyes for 700. Guys, then you get 700, and then for 800,000. And you can see on maybe for 800,000, please raise your backs for 800,000. We can sell it to the northern eyes for 700,000 once. You're adding 100 now. Going to say 800,000. We're going to say 800,000 for 9. Anybody know for 900,000, please raise your hands for 900,000. We're going to say 800,000 at JT 360 going once, going twice, and sold. The JC 360 for 800,000. Right. Dylan Halas, under 15 seam bowler. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off at 400,000. Anybody know for 400,000, please raise your hands going once. Going twice at 400, 500, 600, 700. Then again, 800, 900, 1 million, 1.1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.8, 1.9. Can I say 1.8 million for 1.9 million? Please raise your hands for 1.9 now. Again, for 2 million. Please raise your hands for 2 million. Can I say 1.9 million? Again, you can for 2 million. Do I have 2 million? Yes, I do. Let's say 2 million for 2.2. Moving on to 2.2 million, please raise your hands for 2.2 million. Let's say 2 million at the buyers. Are they going to steal for 2 million? Ladies and gentlemen, last chance to raise your hands for 2.2. Send it to the buyers for 2 million going once, going twice, and sold to the buyers for 2 million. Okay, good. Under 15 seam bowler, Armand Cronje, starting 400. Anybody looking for 400,000 watts? Going twice, and unsold. Christian Smith, under 15 seam bowler, 400,000 going once. Going twice, and unsold. Gideon Stein, under 15 seam bowler for 400,000 going once. I get 300 no. I get for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500,000 for 600,000 no. But say 600,000 for 700,000. Anybody looking for 700,000, please raise your hands for 700,000. But say 600. I get a big 600,000, so they get 100 for 700 no. We're going to bring this right back to 800,000 to 100 for 9. Let's say 800,000 for 900,000, please raise your hands for 900,000. You have 900,000 from you, JC 360, please raise your hands for 900,000. Let's say 800,000, sell once, we're going to sell twice, and sold 800,000 to Cricket 101. Barry Barnards, ladies and gentlemen, starting off 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400 and get 400 after the rest of it. First thing get 400,000 and get for 5. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your bets. We're still get 400,000 and rest of it, or we're going to start it for 400,000 going once, going twice, and sold to rest of it for 400,000. Gideon Engelbert, under 15, C motor. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off again with 400,000. Anybody for 400, please raise your bets going once, going twice, and unsold. Enrico Paulsen, for 400,000, please raise your bets. 400,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Jaden Labuskowski for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400,000 going once, going twice, and 400 after. Going to say at 400,000 at the Pirates. Please raise your bets for 500,000. Going to say at 400,000 at the Pirates. Anyone in for 500,000, please make it clear. For 500,000, we're going to sell it for 400,000 going once, going twice, and sold to the Pirates for 400,000. Right. Jan van die Kerk. Anybody for 400, please raise your bets. Let's do it. 400,000 and 404. Going to say get 400,000 for 5. We've got 400,000. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your bets for 500. We're sitting at 400,000 at the Viking stage. We're going to sell it for 400,000 going once. I get 500 no. I get 600, 700, 400 for 800. Going to say get 700,000. Looking for 800,000. I come after looking for 900. I guess pick up again for for 1 million, back out for 1.1 now. Looking for 1.2. Then setting at 1.1 million for 1.2. Please raise your bets for 1.2 million. I'm setting at 1.1. Do I have a 1.2 million for me to normalize? Please raise your bets for 1.2. Then setting at 1.1. Yes, I do offer 1.2 million for normalize on 1.3. Right back to the mics for 1.3 million for 1.4. Please raise your bets for 1.4 million. Looking for 1.4. Please raise your bets. We're sitting at 1.3. Another mic is going once. We got like 1.3 now. And it's sitting at 1.4 million. And we're looking for 1.5. We can say 1.4 million at the moment, I'm looking for 1.5 million. Anyway, we're looking for 1.5 million, please raise your bets for 1.5. We're going to set up for 1.4 million to the Northern Knights, going once, going twice, and sold to the Northern Knights for 1.4. Okay, C Motor under 15 and Joseph Riddell for 400,000, please raise your bets. Jason Riddell, playing once, playing twice, and unsold. Joshua Schumann for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400, playing once. I give 400. Scotty sitting at 400,000. Looking for 500,000. You go one, I get 500, further Jason. 600, trade back to 600,000. Yet quickly one, I get for 700. Get 700, over Jason, 360, I get 800. We're sitting at 800,000 now. Quickly 800,000 before 9. Now we're sitting at 800,000. Quickly before 900,000. Do we have anybody looking for 900? 400? No. We're sitting at 900,000 and 2 million for 1.1. We're sitting at 1 million for 1.1 million. We're sitting at 1 million for 1.1. Please raise your bets for 1.1 million. We're going to say adding input in for 1.2. Adding input 2. We're sitting at 1.2 million for 1.3. Please raise your bets for 1.3 million. Make it clear for the bet for 1.3. We're sitting at 1.2 million, equipment 101. Yes, I've got 1.3 at 5.7 for 1.4. Straight back to equipment 101 for 1.4 million for 1.5. Anybody in the room, please raise your bets for 1.5 million. Are you looking for 1.5? Please make it clear for 1.5. We're sitting at 1.4. People 101 and 7 runs. We're going to sell it twice. And so, 1.4 million. To Cricket 101. Okay. Zetske van den Jever, C Bowler under 15, starting off 400. Anybody look for 400,000? Going once, going twice, and unsold. Kai van Vieren for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400,000, please make a bid here. Going once, going twice, and Unsold. MC de Beer for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400,000. Ladies and gentlemen, going once. And if you don't know, no. Can you say it 400,000 for 500,000? Then I say it 400,000. Anyone in the room for 500,000, please make your bets here for 500,000. And once. Back at 500, no. The price I say it 500 right back to the price is 600. Can you say 600,000? Once I get 700 after. Dan ik voor 800,000. Dan is het say at 700,000. I get 800 naar je voor. Dan ik 900,000. We did a budget. 900,000. Let's say I get 900,000. Then you say at 900,000 for 1 billion. So 8 billion. Dan for 1.1 billion is basically 1.1. Basically 1 billion and the Vikings please raise your bets for 1.1. Or we're going to sell 2 Vikings for 1 billion. Going once, going twice, and sold for 1 million to the Vikings. Right, Liam de Breer for 400,000. Please raise your bets. Anybody for 400? Going once, going twice, and it's 400 no. Can I say it 400,000? Anybody looking for 500,000? Please raise your bets for 500. We're going to say it 400,000 at the Vikings. Or we're going to sell it for 400,000. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to the Vikings. Right. Laying out the receipt. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off at 400,000. Please raise your bets at 400 going once, going twice, and Unsold. Vian Verloop. Anybody for 400,000. Please raise your bets at 400,000. I can feel on that. Can we say 400,000 for 5? Anyone in the room for 500,000? Can we say 400,000? People want to give 500,000. Please raise your bets for 500,000. Please do the sell for 400,000 once, then twice, and sold to Queen Roman for 400,000. Okay, that's the end of the bonus. Now we're going to go into All-Star bonus and left arm unorthodox bonus. Ladies and gentlemen, 15s. We started off with Enya or NJ Bennett. NJ Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000. Gentlemen, 400,000. Going once, going twice, and Unsold. JB Funniker, anybody for JB Funniker for 400,000. Going once, I get 400 now. Can we say 400,000, looking for 5. Anyone in the room for 500,000, we can say get 400,000, looking for 101. Or we can start to bring the 1 for 400,000. Anyone in the room for 500, going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to Cricket 101. Yanni Hawk. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400. Going once, going twice, and 400. Vikings are saying at 400,000 for 500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, saying at 400,000 out the Vikings for 500,000. Please raise your bets for 500,000. Anyone for 500 going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 400,000. Henry Green, ladies and gentlemen, starting off on 400. Please raise your bets for 400,000. Anybody there for 400 going once, going twice, and Unsold. Right, Leon Smith. Anybody in the room for Leon Smith for 400,000? Please make the bids. Here, going once, going twice, and Unsold. Zander van der Wet. Zander van der Wet, weet jy, dis fun. So Dankie. Baie dankie. Ek gaan dit gebruik vir die res van die dag. Dan die huis nie. Sound again, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000. Starting from 400,000, anyone 400,000, and if you want to know. Gelukkig sien jy weet wat ek sien. 400,000, looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500, please make your rates clear. Anybody looking for 500,000, and 500 know. Kijk, en ik daar in 600,000, 600,000, looking for 700,000. We can say 600, yes, for 700,000, for 800,000, for 900. Can say 800,000, for 900,000. Please make a best effort for 900,000, ladies and gentlemen. We substitute what I want for 800,000 going once. Ek het nie gewoon kan eigenlijk daar in een miljoen. Kunnen ze zeggen 1 million for 1.1. Ek het 1.1. Please make a best effort for 1.1 million. You have one, yes, I have 1.2, 1.2 immediately. Then you got 1.3. Excellent 8.2, and I get 8.3. Guys, you hardly go to 1.4. Sitting at 1.4, 1.5. Guys, sitting at 1.5. And you get 5 blocks and they're looking for 1.6. Then looking at 1.6, but it's sitting at 1.5. Guys, sitting at 1.6 now. We're sitting at 1.6 million, and we want money for 1.7. Please make a best pay for 1.7. JC, do I have a 1.7? Guys, sitting at 1.6. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start for 1.6 going once, going twice, and sold to cricket 114, 1.6 million. Is that cricket 1? Okay, full up, right? Full up, okay. Right, next up, under 15 leg spin. Right, right arm leg spin and left arm orthodox bowler. Ladies and gentlemen, Tshwane for 400,000. Please raise your backs. 300,000 going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, we've got A1 Smith. For 400,000, please raise your backs. 400,000 for A1 Smith going once, going twice, and unsold. Carl Snyman for 400,000, please raise your backs. 400,000 going once, going twice, and get 500 for 6. I get 500 for 6, I get 600 after that. We're sitting 600,000 for 700. We can sitting 600,000 for 7. Get a budget. Is it a 4? Northern Nights. Is it Northern Nights? Is it a club? It is club. Check it for 4 down. Alright, kom ons gee gou weer so 'n bietjie meer gou op elke net. Kom ons gee gou 'n oomblik. Ja, sien jy gou? Is it a 4, boys? Are you full? Right? Okay, it is 4. Okay. Right, sure, also 400 nations, looking for 500. Anybody in the room for 500,000, I get 500 there. Looking for 600. Looking for 700,000, I get 600 there. Looking for 800 now, looking for 900. I get 800, looking for 900. It's good, looking for 900. Please raise it, that's for 900. 900, looking for 1 million. Consider 1 million for 1.1, for 1.2, 1.2, 1.3. Looking for 1.3, looking for 1.4. Consider 1.3, looking for 1.4 now. Consider 1.4, looking for 1.5 now. 1.5, 1.6. Consider 1.6 at the right, looking for 1.7. Looking for 1.7 second, 1.6, please raise your best for 1.7. Consider 1.6, we're going to start to the right, 1.6 going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 1.6 million. Alright, is it good? Beyond attack, up next. Alright, beyond attack, thank you all the nights, they full as well. Beyond attack for 400,000. Please raise your dice for 400,000. Anybody looking for 400 going once, going twice, and unsold. TSL Whitfield for 400,000. Please raise your dice. That's 400,000 and after 400,000. I must think it was 400,000. Please raise your dice for 500. Anybody looking for 500 JC, please for 6. Against 600, looking for 700. Currently selling at 600,000, looking for 700,000. Please raise your hands for 700,000. We're currently selling at 600,000. We're going to sell it for 600,000. Let's see what we're doing. We're currently selling at 700,000 now. Jason 360 looking for 8. Actually, over steel on the right side looking for 800,000. Do I have 800,000? Currently selling at 700,000. We're going to sell it for 700,000. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, going top, and in 800 now. We're going to selling at 800,000. Looking for 9. They're going to be 800,000. I get now 800,000 now. The rest of it. Looking for 900,000. Anyway, looking for 900,000. We're going to start the roster for 800,000 going once, going twice, and sold to Rustenburg for 800,000. Okay, good. Jonathan Denason for 400,000. Please raise your hands for 400. Anybody looking for 400,000 going once, going twice, and if you don't know. We're going to sell you 400,000, we're for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500,000, looking for 6. Again, 500,000, looking for 600,000. Anybody looking for 600,000, please just raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sell it to Jason 360 for 5 and 600. Going to sell you 600,000, looking for 700. Again, 700,000. We're going to be selling at 700,000 at Jason 360, looking for 800,000. Going to get 800, looking for 900. Can I say around 800,000, please raise your hands for 900,000. Anybody looking for 900, please raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, Rustenburg is saying 800 million over Jason 360 for 900. We're going to be selling 800 million, 1 billion now. Selling 1 billion in Rustenburg. We're going to be selling for 1.1 in Jason 360. And looking for 1.2. 1.2 right back in Rustenburg for 1.2, looking for 1.3. Anybody looking for 1.3 million, please raise your hands for 1.3 million. Going to see 1.2 for Rustenburg going once, got a differently. We're going to see 1.3 million now, Jason 360 to 1.4. Anybody looking like an infantry after them for 1.5. We're checking out 1.5 and Jason 360 to 1.6 now. Rustenburg saying 1.6 to 1.7. Anybody for 1.7, please raise your hand for 1.7 for 1.7. Excellent, please raise your hand for 1.7, please raise your hand for 1.7. We're seeing Rustenburg go for 1.6 going once. Go twice and sold to Rustenburg for 1.6 million. Rustenburg? Is another. Are you guys full up? Not yet. Second. Okay. Right. Up next, Matthijs Loopje. Ladies and gentlemen, for 400,000 please raise your hands. For 400,000 for Matthijs going once. And Matthijs going Pirates for 400,000. Considering 400,000 for 5. Anybody looking for 500,000 please raise your hands. Looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500, we're selling for the Pirates for 400,000 going once. Going twice. And sold to the Pirates for 400,000. Okay, good. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the under 15 auction. And we'll take another 5-minute break, just a 5-minute break, and we'll continue. Thank you.
I was
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we're about to start with the next category, the under 19s.
Oei. Ek dink ons het al 'n paar keer hierdie gedoen. Wat lekker gaan werk. Dus kom ons stryk, ons alles by mekaar. Yes. En dan kry ons van jou soms net 'n help af te dra. Help jy om te wys wat moet vat as ek dan onder by die bus soos ek wil. So ek stryk is die iodines en die ignite 220s. Want hulle is die swakste. Ja. Ja, dan kry ons so 'n paar, maar dan is dit paar by die sit op die skool. En hulle gaan so vinnig staan. Hulle kan letterlik net so in die padkas ingaan. Ja. Enigste ding is van die rijtjes moet afval. Iemand gaan dit moet afval, ek weet dat. En iemand anders te gaan lekker doen. Die wat sal dit dan? Die? Die ook afval. Die ignites kan staan. Oh, ja, ja. By die huis is net lekker as hulle whisky en Sprite of whisky en soda water of iets. Of 'n bier. Ja.
Okay, if you can ask anybody to take their seats, we're about to start.
Wow, lekker. By die auction.
Ja. Dis ek het gister net hulle die wimpie maar ek sê vir hom dan ek wil kom. Dis weer jong man.
Oor is die ander een.
Nee, hy is op die lys.
Ja, nee, ek weet. Die ander lys is een by die mooi goal. Die venue weet nog ook van 'n goal. Dis hoe maak ek dink ek weet nie of dit een of die ander een is. Dis baie mooi goal. Hy het twee gaba, né?
I'd like mine. Mine's quite.
maar het tweede doel is, so hy is nie presies dieselfde afstand nie. Kan hom fokus, maar hulle is fancy, ja, jy kan elkeen fokus. En hier is nog die ninja aanbouw, so kon jy speel met hulle op 'n ander tyd. Maar daar allemaal op hulle op, ek dink 27 channel bouts op die high, dit is op 27 sit, hulle op 5 op 7. Hulle meer channel bouts, meaning hulle meer features.
So ek bietjie die high resolutions. Maar ek gaan nie nou speel nie, want was die huis nie.
Ja, maar we zijn nog steeds.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just before we go on, just a quick arrangement on the under 19s. So how we're going to do this now is we're only going to allow 14 players per team, right? And every team, you're going to have 1 million less on your budget. So just calculate that in, and we're going to allow 14 players per team. Okay, so that's how we're going to do the auction, and every team, 1 million less on your budget. Okay, so just bring that into your calculations as before we start. Everybody okay with that? Right, so I have a heads up that we start. Right, is julle reg? Hulle is reg daar so daar die hele ding, ek voorbeeld hier daar ook as ek kan. Ek mooi kan sien. Rusty, but you guys okay with that? Happy with the calculations? You saw what Jason julle reg? Pilots, julle is reg, nee. Pilots reg, en ek sal vir julle one on later. Okay. Wimpie Anders reg, so let's start off with our 90s. The retained players on the 90s as follows. So the JC360 team, Etienne Stiffer, John Clinton, Victor Wetzel, William van der Berg, Chris Klopper, Leon Klopper, and Willem Rademan. That's JC360. Retained players for Cricket 101, Evan de Bruin, Carl de Bruin, Johan Oosthuizen, Marinus Langeman, Matthew Sampson, Rowan McLaren, Vince Lotz. Then for the Vikings, retained players, AJ de Villiers, Anton de Klerk, Frank van der Westhuizen, Jan de Olivier, Willem Pina, Johan Futh, Jean Swart, and Katlego Lebelo. Right, retained players for the Northern Knights, that should be on the 19s, Corey Burta, Johan Stassen, Liam Foster, Marco Rudolph, Magnus Broodijk, Samuel van Willem, Stefan van Maar, and Xavier van Bulldog. Right, under 19 retained players for the Warriors, Alex Weiss, Andre Fryer, Kelly Fryer, Daniel Wester, Henry Kip, JP Hutton, Tiana Mustafi, and Tristan van den Linden. Then the pre-signed players for the new team, the Pirates, Foster de Villiers, Verster Richter, Rohan de Meyer, Heinrich Klaassen, Keith Zita, AJ Annandale, Jonathan van der Merwe, and Eric Konig. And that's it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the same thing, please raise your hands very clearly. We're going to start off with the first player, Logan Early, for 400,000, and we start off with the winning keepers. 400,000, please raise your hands. If you want to know, I'm looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500, please raise your hands. Let's go to 500 now. And if 500, everybody is looking for 600. Anybody for 600,000, please raise your hands. Get 600, and we can do 100 for 700. Currently sitting on 600,000 for 700,000. Please raise your backs for 700,000 if you want back and seal and nobody Vikings. Currently sitting on 700,000 for 800,000. Anyone looking for 800,000 again, 800 no. Currently sitting on 800,000 for 9 for 1 million. Anyone looking for 1 million, please raise your backs for 1 million, looking for 1 million for currently sitting at 900,000 Vikings, looking for 1 million. Anyone looking for 1 million, please raise your backs for 1 million. We can sell it for 900,000 once. Going twice. And sold. 900,000 to the Vikings. Right. Batsman under 19. Ladies and gentlemen, Declan Darfel. Declan Darfel. Anybody for 400 opening bids, please raise your backs. 400,000 going once. Going twice. And unsold. François Seneca for 400,000, please raise your backs for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400 going once, going twice, I get feet on it. Can I say get 400,000 now, JC 360. We say get JC 360 for 400,000, please raise your backs for 500,000. Anybody in the room for 500 going once, going twice, and sold to JC 360 for 400,000. Right. Should I have? Alright, Christian Schumann, ladies and gentlemen, for 400,000. Christian Schumann going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, CJ Cornelius for 400,000, please raise your backs. Anybody in the room for 400,000 going once? Going twice, and if you don't know, going to say 400,000 at the golden, nice setting for 500,000. Please raise your backs for 500,000, setting at 400,000. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please make your base there for 500, going once, going twice, and sold to the Golden Knights for 400,000. Right, under 90 batsman, Cayman Townsend. So Cayman Townsend for 400,000, please raise your bats. Opening bats for 400,000, going once, going twice, and unsold. Up next, Zander Reynolds, 400,000, I can feel one now after. Rustenburg is sitting on 400,000, please raise your bats for 500,000. Anybody in the room for 500, I can fight for the million, but JC 360 for 600,000. Please raise your backs for 600,000, looking for 600, sitting at 500, Tshwane looking for 700 now. We're going to say we're 700,000, Rustenburg looking for 800,000. Please raise your backs for 800,000, looking for 800,000, currently selling at 700. 700,000 at Rustenburg. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling for 700,000 going once, going twice, and sold to Rustenburg for 700,000. Okay, Ruben Delmage for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400, please raise your hands. Anybody for 400 going once, going twice, and if you don't know, 500, 500, no, for 66, looking for 700. But instead of 600,000, looking for 700,000. Please raise your hands for 700,000. And it's here on the number, JC 360, currently back at 800,000, and maybe one only for 900. Currently sitting on 800,000, for 900,000. Please raise your backs for 900. We're currently sitting at 800,000, looking for 900,000. Anybody looking for 900,000? Yes, up to 900, looking for 1 million. Quickly, 1 sitting at 1 million, now for 1.1. Anything with any please raise it 1.1 now, JC 360, 1.2. Ready at 1.2, 1.3 now, JC 360. Are we looking for 1.4? We're currently sitting at 1.3 million at JC 360, looking for 1.4 now. We can read 1.4 now at 21, looking for 1.5. 1.5 is already falling. Do we have 1.5 on checks? I do. 1.5 looking for 1.6. Considering 1.5, 1.6 now. Yet, consists we're looking for 1.7, 1.7, 1.8 now. Can we get a 1.8, 1.9 for 2? Triple looking for 2.2. Please raise your best for 2.2 million. 2.2 to my left, looking for 2.4. Anybody in the room for 2.4, please raise your hands for a 2.4, and sitting at 2.2, ready for a 2.4. Anybody ready to feel ready for a 2.6? Ready for a 2.8, ready for a 2.8. Considering the 2.6, ready for a 2.8, please raise your hands for a 2.8. Considering the 2.6, and feeling one ready for 2.8, please raise your hands for 2.8. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start for a 2.6 and feeling one going once, going twice, and sold to Creek 101 for 2.6 million. Bongani Sitori. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off at 400,000. Anybody for 400,000, please raise your hands. Anybody for 400 going once, going twice, and if you want to know. Considering 400,000, now you force 500,000. Considering 400,000 for the Vikings, anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your hands. We're saying 400,000, we're going to start for 400 going once, going twice, and sold for 400,000 to the Vikings. Jean van de Vinker. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400, if you don't know after the rest of that. Considering 400,000 for 5. Anybody for 500,000, please raise your hands for the Vikings. 500,000 for 6. 700,000 for 800, 700,000 considering 900,000 for 1, and again 1 million for 1.1, considering 1 million, 1.1 for 1.2, 1.2 for 1.3. Now setting the 1.2 million to Russell for 1.3 million. Please raise your hands for 1.3. We're setting the 1.2 million to Russell. Oh, we're going to set up for 1.2 going once, going twice, and sold to Russell for 1.2 million. Right. So that's CJ Robertson, under 19 batsman, ladies and gentlemen, 400,000, please raise your bats for 400,000, going once, going twice, and 8 months on. 400,000 now. Going to say 400,000 at JC 360. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your bats. We're sitting at 400,000 for 500. Anybody for 500,000, we're going to sell it for 400,000 going once, going twice, and sold the JC 360 for 400,000. Ingrid van Rooyen for 400,000, please raise your bets. For 400,000 for 5. Going to say 400,000 for 500,000. Please raise your bets for 500. Going to say 400,000 Rustenburg. We're going to sell it for 400,000. Anybody do higher than 400 go once. I get 500 for 600. We've got to say 500,000 for 600,000. Please raise your bets if you want to go for 600,000. We're going to be saying 500,000 at JC 360. All we're going to sell it for 5. I get the yellow card 600. Going to say 600 no. Going to say 600,000 for 700. We're going to say 600,000 Rustenburg for 700,000. All we're going to sell it for 600,000. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold to Rustenburg for 600,000. Okay, still at the batsman, under 90s, Jaden Schoeman for 400,000. Please raise your bets. Opening bids for 400, going once, going twice. If you don't want to know, maybe 500 for 600, 600. Maybe for 700,000. Anybody for 700,000, please raise your bets. We're currently selling at 600,000 and we're on 700 now. I can see on the day further for 800,000. Anybody in the room for 800,000, please raise your bets for 800,000. Northern Nights will have 800,000. Currently selling at 700,000 at JC 360. Anybody for 800,000 going once, going twice, and sold to JC 360 for 700,000. Okay, right, JJ Beers, opening bids for 400,000 for JJ Beers. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, I get 300 no. Going to say 485 for the Northern Nights for 600. Currently sitting at 500,000, looking for 600,000. Please raise your bets for 600. I'm going to say 500,000. Anyway, the room for 600,000, currently sitting at 500,000 now. I guess it's always going to JC 360 for 700. Looking for 700,000, looking for a CO price. Anyway, the room for 700,000, please raise your bets. Currently sitting at 600,000 at JC 360. Please raise your bets. For winning clear for 780 CO price. Currently sitting at 700,000 and all the nights looking for 800. Currently sitting at 700,000 and looking for 800,000. 700,000 at the Northern, 800,000 now by Jason 360 for 900. And the Ahmed is looking for 900,000. Anyway, the room for 900,000, please raise your bets for 900. Considering on 800,000, I can be for the after. Considering on 900,000 for the Northern Iceland for 1 million. Please raise your bets for 1 million, very clearly for 1 million. Considering on 900,000 for the Northern Knights. Ladies and gentlemen, we started for 900,000 to the Northern Knights going once. We're going to go twice and sold to the Northern Knights for 900,000. Alright. Okay, Joshua Victor for 400,000. Please raise your bets for 400,000. Anyway, going once, going twice, and unsold. Joshua Victor. Anyway, opening bets for 400. Please raise your bets for 400. Yes, I've got 400 back across the back. Right? You do what? Je weet dus de rest van die spanning, dus het staat op je vaak. Right. Okay, hou dit vast. Dus we gaan terug naar het vorige dat je was. Right. So, alright. Motor. Dus we beginnen met motor. Yeah? Motor. Right. 400,000 motor. Last okay. 400,000. And if you don't get 500 now. Now get 600 for 700,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please get 600,000 for 700,000. Please raise your bets for 700,000. We're not starting selling 600,000 before 700,000 and you get it. You get 700,000 to the Vikings and the legends with a single 600,000. Yes, I've got 700,000. Vikings now 700,000 before 800,000. Looking for 800,000, please raise your bets for 800,000. Then say got 700,000 at the Vikings. Looking for 800,000 now at the Pirates. Now looking for 900,000, looking for 900, please raise your bets for 900 for Vikings. Then say got 800,000 at the Pirates. Ladies and gentlemen, all going to sell it for 800,000 to the Pirates. We're going to go once, we're going to go twice, and sold to the Pirates for 800,000. Okay, Raymond van den Berg. Ladies and gentlemen, opening bets 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets. Going once, and feel nice. We're going to be selling 400,000 for the Pirates. 400,000 now looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your bets. We're going to sell 400,000 to the Pirates going once, going twice, and sold 400,000 to the Pirates. Alright, Giovanni Conradi. Right, so we've got 400,000 opening bets, 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400 if you want to know? Going to say 400,000 looking for 500,000. Please raise your bets for 500,000. Anybody in the room for 500, we're sitting at 400,000 and quickly going away. And we're looking for 500,000, 500,000, looking for 600,000. Going to say 500,000 looking for 600. Please raise your bets for 600. 600 now quickly going away, looking for 700. Please raise your bets for 700,000. Going to say 600, 700 now. But it's because 700,000 JC 360 looking for 800 now, maybe 900,000 now looking for 1 million. Anyone looking for 1 million, please raise your bets for 1 million. Considering 900,000 looking for 1 million. Please raise your bets for 1 million. Anyone looking for 1 million, considering 900,000 JC 360. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting for 900,000, going once, going twice, and sold for 900,000 to JC 360. Right, Ruben Delmage, and we're starting off with 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400? Please raise your bets. Anybody for 400 going once? Going to add to 300 no. Vikings sitting at 400,000 for 500. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your hands. Sitting at 400,000 for the Vikings. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your hands. 500,000, we decided for 400,000 to the Vikings going once, going twice, and it's 500 no. JC 360 for 8, 6 on the right back to 7, right for 600,000. Currently sitting on 600,000 looking for 700. We are sitting on 600,000 looking for 700,000. Please raise your hands for 700,000. Anybody looking for 700,000, please raise your hands. We are sitting at 600,000. We are selling to the right for 600,000 going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 600,000. Alright. Monster Rubia, correct me if I'm wrong. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off with 400,000. Anybody looking for 400, please raise your hands. 400,000 once, going twice, and unsold. Alright, so William Skinner for 400,000. Please raise your hands for 400,000 for William Skinner. Anybody looking for 400,000, please raise your hands. I can feel on somebody buying something for 5. Anybody for 500,000, please raise your hands. It's a big side, we might get 500,000 another the JC 360. Now you for 600,000. Considering the 5 and 6 on the for 700, for 800, for 900, for 1 million, and for 1.1, 1.2 million, for 1.2. Considering the 1.1 now for JC 360 for the 1.2. Anybody in the room for 1.2 million, please raise your hands for 1.2. 1.2 now. 1.3 right back at JC 360 for 1.4. People for 1.4 million, I'm coming to join this 1.4 now, 1.4 in the back now. 1.5, 1.6, 1.6 now for 1.7. 1.7 now for 1.8. Please raise your hands for 1.8 million in Sierra. Anybody in the room for 1.8 million, please raise your hands. Considering 1.7 now for the Pirates, 1.7 now. Anybody in the room for 1.8 million, somebody give you once, give you twice, and 1.8 million now. 1.8 million, Jackson 360 for 1.9. Please make clear for 1.9 million, considering 1.8 million, Jackson 360. We're not setting a 1.8 million for 1.9. Or we can sell it for 1.8 to JC 360. Anybody's in the room, 1.8 million JC 360 going once, right twice, and sold to JC 360 for 1.8 million. Okay, that's the batsman. So let's move along to the steamboaters. The vacant toy is where we're starting at. And we're starting off on 400,000. Okay, let's please raise your hands. Anybody for 400, please raise your hands. Like once, like twice, I get 300. I get 500. We're going to say 500,000 for 600. We're going to say 500,000, please raise your hands for 600,000. Get 600 after for 77 now. We're going to say 700,000 and for 800,000. Please raise your hands for 800,000. Going to say 700,000 for the Vikings for 800,000. You'll have a team more than nights. Please give me 800,000, considering at 700,000 for the Vikings. After 800,000, now before 900,000. The Northern Knights are sitting at 800,000 before 9. Anybody in the room for 900,000 now at the Vikings before 1 million. We're going to look for 1 million, please raise your hands for 1 million. Going to say the Vikings for 900,000. You had 1 million, nothing in the room currently. All we're going to sell to the Vikings going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 900,000. Right. Back to Kroner. Ladies and gentlemen, starting for 400,000. Anybody for 400,000, usually that's going once, going twice, and 300. Going to 400,000 and the Northern Knights, anybody 500 after for 600,000. Going to 500,000 for 6. And the 500,000 for 600,000. Do I have anybody in the room for 600,000? Please raise your hand for second station or no. Considering second after for 800 and for 900. Considering 900,000 for 1 million. Please raise your hands for 1 million. Considering 900,000. Rustenburg is sitting on 900,000, will have 1 million from the Northern Knights. Big Aju have 1 million from the Northern Knights for 1.1. 1.1 back to Rustenburg now. We're sitting at 1.14, Rustenburg for 1.2. 1.2 now looking for what we're looking at for Rustenburg sitting at 1.1. Anybody there for 1.2, please raise your bats for 1.2 million. All we get started 2 the Rustenburg team for 1.1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold to Rustenburg for 1.1 million. Okay, there we go. Okay. Right, Hinko Erasmus, ladies and gentlemen, starting off on 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400, please raise your hands. Anybody in the room for 400 going once, going twice, and unsold. Right, Justin Luke Basteo. We're starting off again on 400,000, please raise your bats for 400,000. And if you're on based on fun parts. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying 400,000, looking for 500,000. Anybody looking for 500, please raise your bats for 500 now. Considering 5 or 600, I'm looking for 700 now, looking for 800 here. Considering 800,000, looking for 900,000. Considering 800,000, looking for now. Looking for 1 million, looking for 1.1. Considering 1 million here at the right for 1.1 million, 1.1 now, the part is here for 1.2, 1.2. Considering 1.3 now, for 1.4 now, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.2, 2.2, 2.4. Considering 2.6, considering 2.6. Anyway, for 2.8 million, considering 2.6. We considering 2.6 at the part, so for 2.8. Please raise your best for 2.8 million, anyway, for 2.8 million, instead of 2.6. Going once, going twice, and sold to the pilots for 2.6 million. Alright, Sebastian Kringelholt. Ladies and gentlemen, opening bids 400,000. Anybody looking for 400, please raise your hands. Going once, going twice, and unsold. Zachary McGilton. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off on 400,000. Opening bids, please raise your bats. Going once, I get 300. Guys, I get 400,000, we can 101. Anybody looking for 500,000, please raise your bats for 500,000. Guys, I get 400,000, I can 101. Please raise your bats if you want to go for 500,000. I get open again for quick. When you have also, but not for a silver fee on it. I was buying that, so we're sitting on 400,000. Anybody for 500,000, I can pay for it now. Guys, say you got 600,000 going back to cricket 101 for 600,000. We're now looking for 700,000, considering 600. Oh, we're going to go for 700,000 by Jason 360. Currently sitting on 600,000 for cricket 101. Ladies and gentlemen, instead of going once, I get 0 runs. Currently sitting at 700,000 and Jason 360. Currently sitting at 800 now. Currently at 800,000 and cricket 101 looking for 900. We have 900,000 in the rupees, raise your best for 900s. Currently sitting at 800,000 and cricket 101 looking for 900,000. Please raise your best going once, going twice. Again, we hold down. Now we're looking for 1 million. Currently looking for 1 million. Anybody looking for 1 million? Jason 360 sitting on 900,000 looking for 1 million. After 1 million now for cricket 101. Anybody looking for 1.1? Please raise your best. Jason 360 do I have a 1.1? We're going to be sitting at 1 million for cricket 101. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody for 1.1 million? Please raise your best. I'm going to stand once, going twice, and sold to cricket 101 for 1 million. Okay, right. Michael Kok, and as a film 300,000. Anybody for 400,000, please raise your hands. Anybody for 400,000, please make your bets. Going once, going twice, I get 300. 500, I'm looking for 600. But it's a 500,000 for 600,000. We raise your bets for 600,000. Golden Knights are setting at 500,000 and we're looking for 600,000. Please raise your bets. 600,000 for 0 all the Nights. Now we're sitting at 700,000 for 800,000. Anybody in the room for 800,000, please raise your bets. Come sitting at 700,000 at the Northern Knights. Are we going to send to the Northern Knights for 700,000? Ladies and gentlemen, going once. We're going to go twice. And sold to the Northern Knights for 700,000. Alright. Alright, we're going to go to right arm off spin bonus and left arm unorthodox bonus. And we're starting off at the 90s, ladies and gentlemen, with Marcus van Marcus van Merwe for 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400,000, please raise your bets. Please raise your bets going once. Then if you're on looking for 500, you can spike number 8 looking for 600. Curry sitting at 500,000 looking for 600. Northern Knights are sitting at 500, please raise your bets for 600,000. Because sitting at 500,000 looking for 600,000, please raise your bets for 600,000. Anybody looking for 600,000, please raise your bets for 600,000. We're going to start to the Northern Knights for 500,000. Are we going to start to the Northern Knights for 500, going once, going twice, and 600,000. Going to say 600,000 for JC360 looking for 700. We're going to say 600,000 looking for 700,000. JC360 sitting at 600,000 and looking for 700,000. Anyone looking for 700,000? Are we going to start once to JC360 for 600,000 going once, going twice, and sold to JC360 first 6 order tuitions. Okay, Heinrich 2 for 400,000. Heinrich 2, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off with 400,000. Heinrich 2 for 400,000. Please raise your bets. And if you're on any song after that, can you say you want 400,000? Ladies and gentlemen, selling for 495, 590 for 600,000 for 7. Actually, it's 0, guys are looking for 800,000, currently it's 700,000. Actually, it's 0, guys are looking for 800,000, anyone looking for 800,000, please raise your bets. We're currently sitting on 700,000 for 800s. It is on 800,000, anyone looking for 800,000, please raise your bets for 800,000. All we're going to start going once, and 800,000 looking for 9. Again, 800,000 looking for 1 million. Now we're sitting at 900,000 looking for 1 million. Please raise your bets for 1 million and make it very clear for 1 million. Currently sitting at 1 for 900,000. We're going to start going once, ladies and gentlemen, go twice. And sold to 311 for 900,000. Okay, next up, right arm leg spin and left arm orthodox bonus. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off with Sam Lowe. Sam Lowe for 400,000. Please raise your bets. Anybody in the room for 400,000 going once? If you want to go. 500 for 600 for 700, 700, 800, 800 for 99. 1 million, 1 million, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6, 2.8. Currently 2.8 million. We're not going to say 2.8 million at the Northern Knights. That's what we're going to say at 2.8 million for 3 million. Anyone in the room for 3 million, please raise your guys for 3 million. Or we're going to start for 2.8 million at the Northern Knights. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going once, going twice, and sold to the Northern Knights for 2.8 million. I just want to mention we've got about 3 players that will not be on the screen, but I will mention their names during auction as well. But for now, Zaire Z, ladies and gentlemen, starting off on 400,000. Anyone in the room for 400, please raise your hands. Looking for 400,000 at once, make it feel on it. Can I say with 400,000 for 500,000? Anyone in the room for 500, please raise your hands for 500,000. Can I say again, pretty well for 400? Anybody in the room for 500,000, ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold. So pretty well for 400,000. Okay, Ruben Delmage. Ladies and gentlemen, for 400,000, please raise your hands. Anybody for 400,000, going once, going twice, I get 400. 500, now looking for 600,000. Going to get 500,000, 600 in the back, looking for 700, 700 for 88. Going to get 800,000 for 900. We're going to say 800,000 looking for 900,000. Anybody in for 900,000, please raise your hands. En die please are 800,000 en is ook 900. Anyone in the 400,000, please raise your hands. So we're going to start for 800,000. Ladies and gentlemen, go once, go twice, and sold to Vikings for 800,000. Okay. So, and they are batters, right? That's right. Just want to confirm these following three players, they will not be on the screen, but they are batsmen, right, for the under 19s, and we're starting off with Reino Mulder. Okay, right. Under 19 batsman, Reino Mulder. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off with 400,000. Please raise your batsman, 400, back there, looking for 5. Goes to 400,000, 500, 600, 600, for 7. Goes to 700, 800,000 now, for 900. Anybody for 900,000, please raise your batsman, 900,000, goes to 800. Extending side for 800,000, for the pilots for 900. Anybody for 900,000, please raise your batsman, for 900,000, we're going to start to the pilots for 800,000. I'm going to give you some chance for 900,000. Ladies and gentlemen, going on 900 now to JC. And you get the United for 1.1. Considering at 1 million, the pilots for 1.1 million. The pilots now at 1 million for 1.1. Anybody for 1.1 million, please raise your back for 1.1, 1.1 and 1.2. We straight back to 1.2 million for the pilots. 1.3 now, 1.4 for the pilots. Anybody for 1.5, 1.5 at JC 360. Considering at 1.5 million at JC 360. Anybody for 1.6. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your backs for 1.6 million. Are we going to start with JC 360 for 1.5 and once, going twice, and number 6. Now looking for 1.7, considering the 1.6 million at the pilots. And we're looking for 1.7 million. 1.7 million at JC 360, looking for 1.8. Please make your base clear for 1.8 million, considering the 1.7. Anybody for 1.8 million, please make your base clear for 1.8. We're going to start with JC 360 for 1.7 going once, going twice, and sold to JC 360 for 1.7 million. Okay. This is the second last player for tonight. Also a batter, under 19, ladies and gentlemen, Vian Cards. And we're starting off with 400,000. Anybody for Vian Cards, 400 at the front. And if you want to know, now ladies and gentlemen, looking for 500,000, looking for 500,000, we started with 300,000, looking for 500,000. Please raise your hand for 500 also, but you might have 600, looking for 700, looking for 8. Again, 100 around 800 before, looking for 1 million. Considering the 900,000 for 1 million, 1 million in the back, for 1.1. Please raise your backs for 1.1, us to get 1 million at the back of the pilots. Also, some 10 million of the pilots for 1.1, please raise your backs for 1.1. We're considering the 1 million, please raise your backs for 1.1, 1.1 in the front now. Again, so you get between the Vikings are getting 1.2. Do I have 1.3, 1.3 now looking for 1.4? Considering the 1.3 looking for 1.4 in front now. Anybody for 1.5, please raise your backs for 1.5. We are studying the 1.4 million for 1.5, please raise your backs for 1.5. 1.4 million kind of agree 1, please are making up at 5 now. The Vikings are into 1.5 looking for 1.6. Anybody in the room for 1.6, please raise your backs. I'm studying at 1.5. 1.5, so we're at 1.6 now to my left. We're going to study the 1.6 looking for 1.7. Do I have 1.7 in the pilots, possibly anybody in the room for 1.7, please make your best clear for 1.7. Are we going to start to pretty well one for 1.6? Ladies and gentlemen, going once, going twice, and sold to pretty well one for 1.6. Right. And this brings us to the very final player for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, a batter for the under-19s, Jordan van Zyl. Jordan van Zyl, a batter for the under-19s. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off from 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400, if you want to be part of this, so you're sitting at 400,000, sitting at 400,000, for 500,000, you raise your best for 500. Sitting at 400,000, you for 500,000, anybody in the room for 500, please raise your bets. Excellent, if you don't raise a big price, for 500,000, anybody in the room for 5. Anybody in the room for 500,000, please raise your bets for 500,000. All we're going to send is the parties for 400,000, right now it's 500 now. 600 before, for 700, 800 now. President 800,000 for 9, 900,000 now, 1 million for 1.1, 1.1, 1.1 now, 1.2, 1.2, 20 for 1.3, 1.3, 200, 1.4 now, 200 for 1.5, and then you get 5, you get 5 million here, and you get 5 million free. President 1.4 million. Anybody in the room for 1.5 million, please raise your hands for sitting at 1.4. Ladies and gentlemen, we start off the final player for 1.4 million for tonight. Is that what we're going to wrap it up for 1.4 million? Going once, ladies and gentlemen, going twice. And so, 1.4 million to the Vikings. Alright. Dames here, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us tonight. All the best for the Tshwane Super League 2026. We're really looking forward to it. Dankie vir Jaco wat klank in die belichting gaan teken. Moet just be my natuurlijk round of applause. Monster was een dankie vir Wippie en meisje wat ek ook sal hier te werk. Ons gaan hierdie al elke week wees, nee. Elke week, alright. Laat jy verhoor het, Ronnie. Jy verhoor wel. Joe, ek sê elke week. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're going to see some of the games and we're looking forward to it. Asseblief bestuur veilig, geniet die cricket tot en met die capping ceremony. En sien as julle weer dan. Thanks, cheers.
Okay, lekker. Kan we muziek speel? Strike.